Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Cornish motion.
Oh.
Representative Cornish. This is the Mahoney motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to Senate File 2065, an act relating to labor and industry. The Senate has appointed as their conferees Schmidt, Sparks, and Dames. Mahoney moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses on Senate File 2065.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is my motion.
Well, that's not going to help.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
Did I give you 3?
Okay. Dowdle. There he is. Oh, here he is.
This is the Cornish motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2654, an act relating to public safety. Cornish moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2654, that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Representative Cornish.
Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this is my motion for concurrence. What happened was this was supposed to go right to the governor from the Senate after it was approved, but there was a mix-up on the date. The date that we wanted, but this body believed that the date should be, what they voted for when it went out, is the date that it's affixed to it now. It's the correct date, and I'd appreciate a green vote. It'll leave just like we thought we were when it left the House, like we thought the version it should be in. So, thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its 3rd reading as amended by Senate.
3rd reading, House File 2654 as amended by the Senate.
3rd reading. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 100 ayes and 22 nays, the bill is passed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. This is the Pulowski motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to Senate File 2175, an act relating to state government. The Senate respectfully requests that a conference committee be appointed thereon. Senate conferees are Bonoff, Miller, and Clausen. Pulowski moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses.
Representative Plowski.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is Representative Carlson's bill. It deals with the paying of no more than 10% over cost on property. The Senate disagrees with an amendment that was put on the bill on the House floor, and we're asking to go to conference committee.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. This is the labeling motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith transmitted as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2402, an act relating to state government.
Representative Lee, sorry.
I'll read it. Liebling moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2402, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 5 members of the House, and that the House request that a like committee be appointed by the Senate.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is the Health and Human Services Policy Bill, and there are some pretty significant differences with the Senate, so I would ask that we would refuse to concur.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate File 2343, signed Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2343, an act relating to state government. Murphy M. moves that Senate File 2343, House File 2945, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
There being no objection, so ordered. Conference Committee report.
Conference Committee report. This is the Sundin. Conference Committee report on House File 1984, an act relating to state government. The report's addressed to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sandra Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 1984, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report signed by all 3 conferees on the part of the House and all 3 conferees on the part of the Senate. Sundin moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File 1984 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Representative Sundin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House File 1984, the responsible bidder measure, does a few things. Firstly, it protects skilled workers, good contractors that play by the rules. And it also prohibits irresponsible and incompetent contractors from feeding at the public trough. I'd like to thank Representative Zerwas, Representative Mullery for their contributions, and others that have contributed in forming this bill. We included Representative Albright's ideas regarding the timeline issues within the bill. This is good stewardship of the public's money. Please vote green. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion to adopt? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its 3rd reading as amended by conference.
3rd reading, House File 1984, as amended by conference.
3rd reading. Any further discussion to the Conference Committee report? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Whenever they're ready. The clerk will close the roll. There being 84 ayes and 38 nays, the bill is passed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File 2402. Liebling, Loeffler, Helverson, Morgan, and Mack. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File 2065. Mahoney, Ward, J.E., and Gunther. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File 2175. Carlson, Pulowski, and Draskowski.
Conference committee report.
Conference committee report. This is the Hortman. Conference committee report on House File 2834, an act relating to energy. The report's addressed to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sandy Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 2834, have agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all 5 conferees on the part of the House and all 5 conferees on the part of the Senate. Hortman moves that the report of the conference committee in House File 2834 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the Energy Omnibus bill. It left the House with about 10 non-controversial bills in it. If you voted for it on the way out, we didn't give you any reason in conference not to vote for it again. In conference committee, we lost a House provision allowing homeowners to put solar panels on their home without their homeowners association being unduly difficult in blocking that. The Senate preferred homeowner association freedom to homeowner freedom. So we lost that provision. We also, though, ditched a Senate provision that was unworkable. And in all other respects, the bill is the same as it left the House floor. I appreciate your support.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is, as Representative Hortman pointed out, the homeowner provision is removed from this. We were also successful in defeating a Senate provision that required that all electricity used in the Capitol grounds be from renewable energy sources. So I'm proud that we defeated that. But this is a bill that saves ratepayers money, that reduces regulations, and is ultimately going to help your constituents. So I'd recommend a green vote on it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion to concur, say aye. Or motion to adopt, sorry. All those opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File 2834, as amended by conference.
Third reading. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Hortman. I'm sorry, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to thank all the members of the Energy Policy Committee for the work that we did this year and last. I especially want to thank the staff, who I didn't name last year, and I really should have. The Republican staff, Mark Nisley, our House DFL staffer, Trevor Oliver, our Committee Administrator, Peter Strohmeyer, Committee Legislative Assistant, Mary Faust, our fantastic Paige M. Anton, our Republican lead, Pat Garofalo, and the Revisor, Ryan Inman, and our House researcher, Bob Eliff, who we made work way more than he should have had to work for us to get things how they needed to be. So I just want to thank all of them for all their hard work.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 82 ayes and 40 nays, the bill is passed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Conference committee report.
Conference committee report. This is a Simonson motion. Conference committee report on House File 3072, an act relating to transportation. The report's addressed to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sandy Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 3072, report that we agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report signed by all three conferees on the part of the House and all three conferees on the part of the Senate. Simonson moves that the report of the conference committee be adopted on House File 3072 be adopted and the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 3072 was a transportation unsession bill. You may recall that it left the House floor. We had added a total of 4 amendments. What's coming back to you today, there was a Lencheski amendment that we were able to preserve regarding some tax provisions. There was a Representative Keel amendment that we were able to preserve in conference. Representative Nornis had an amendment regarding mini trucks. And in the spirit of compromise, we were able to secure a 1-year extension on that provision. There was also a Representative Erdahl amendment regarding recording of speeding violations, and unfortunately we were not able to preserve that, but that is a sense what's in the report, and I encourage your support.
Any discussion? On the motion to adopt the conference committee report, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File 3072 as amended by conference.
Third reading. Any further discussion? The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 123 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to, as amended by Senate and its title agreed to. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2712. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2712, the first engrossment, an act relating to crime.
Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is a really simple bill. It's just to correct a Supreme Court decision that was out of line with all the other court decisions since 1963 on this statute. It's the crime of non-payment of court-ordered child and spousal support. And the past, it used to read care and support, which was always treated by courts as requiring that they pay child support or they were subject to the crime. And the court changed "and" somehow to "or" in a 40-page opinion as to why "and" didn't mean "and." And so we're just changing that so that somebody can't just pick up their child once a year and claim that they were in line with the law. And so this will change it back so that people who are throwing the cost onto taxpayers and not paying their court-ordered support will again be subject to possible prosecution.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Mullery, for offering this bill. When the Supreme Court decision was announced, I knew that legislation would be needed to clarify the language in the criminal non-payment of child support. If legislation wasn't enacted this session, numerous deadbeat parents could potentially stop making their court-ordered child support payments. These deadbeat parents would know that because of the court's bad decision, they wouldn't be criminally prosecuted for failing to pay child support as long as they provided some form of care. So I introduced a bill, House File 2279, the first day of session to clarify what the legislature intended when they passed the criminal penalty for failure to pay child support 40 years ago. So again, Representative Mullery, I just want to thank you for carrying this bill forward, and this is a good bill. Members, please vote yes.
The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2712.
Third reading. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Swedzinski votes aye. There being 123 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2614. The clerk will report the bill.
2614, Senate File 2614, the first engrossment, an act relating to transportation.
Representative Masin.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate File 2614, it's a MnDOT bill, and it is the companion bill to House File 3038. The only difference between the Senate version and ours is the fact that the Senate deleted Section 4, which restricted state payment on bonds to cities once their population falls below 5,000. Section 1 and 2 lifts a 1-mile restriction on highway construction projects when we're doing things involving bordering states. For instance, a couple of years ago, MnDOT received an exception for a specific project on Highway 60 in southern Minnesota, where MnDOT oversaw a contract that involved work in Iowa. So this will give them a lot more flexibility. Section 3 adds natural phenomena and man-made disasters to the exception rules, and this allows them to do just a 1-week advertising bid. It also adds a provision that allows work to prevent damage. Currently, it has to have, the damage has already had to occur. It removes the requirement to mail advertising for contracts, since MnDOT now only does all of its advertising over the web. It provides the shortened advertising period for things that are urgent but not necessarily considered emergency. This is a bill I would appreciate your support. It improves efficiency and hopefully some cost savings.
Any further discussion? The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2614.
Third reading. Further discussion on the bill. The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Being 122 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2454. Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2454, the third engrossment, an act relating to natural resources.
Representative Dill.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dill moving to amend Senate File 2454, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A1.
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a purely technical amendment to fix a problem that Representative McNamara, Representative Wagenius identified, and ask you to please vote yes on the technical amendment.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2454, as amended.
Third reading. Representative Dill.
Members, this is the unsession bill for the Environment and Natural Resources for 2014. It has to do with the Pollution Control Agency, the Bowser, and the DNR. Been fully vetted in all the communities. This bill has been posted on the calendar for many days, and I have not had a single question from a single member on this, other than I realize, members, that when we're doing these unsession bills, we actually are bad votes for rangers, because there'll be less pages in the statute book, which means less logging, less trees, and less paper. So with that, I'll have you decide how you want to vote on the bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 123 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2470. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2470, unofficially engrossed and reprinted for the House to include the committee amendments, an act relating to education.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'm here today to ask you to have Minnesota join 20 other states in providing safe and legal access to medicine that can improve the quality of life of patients with serious medical conditions across our state. I want to start out by talking about how I got on this journey as a person who never thought I would carry a medical marijuana bill.
Thank you.
But in the months almost a year now that I've been carrying this legislation, I've had the opportunity to meet with patients and families across the state and to hear from patients and families across the state. And they have truly convinced me that this is a medicine that can improve their lives or the lives of their loved ones. In particular, I want to tell you about an 8-year-old named Amelia, who I've gotten to know very well throughout this journey. Amelia has a catastrophic form of epilepsy. She has 30 to 50 seizures a day. Amelia is nonverbal and confined to a pediatric wheelchair most of the time. The last time she was able to speak, she was only 4 years old. Amelia is not alone. There are other kids across this state, all regions and every corner of this state, that are facing the same sort of turmoil that Amelia is facing. They've tried every pharmaceutical possible, many times over 20 pharmaceuticals, some with some very serious and severe side effects, and unfortunately have been unable to gain seizure control. They've been unable to regain the cognitive skills that they've lost due to the tremendous amount of seizures that they have. These families are doing everything that they can to help their kids. Some families have been separated, moving to Colorado and Oregon in order to seek treatment for their child, in order to try to improve the quality of life of their child. In other states, medical marijuana is helping children like Amelia. Not only are they gaining seizure reduction by sometimes more than 90%, they're regaining their cognitive skills, their ability to speak, their ability to play, their ability to try to have a childhood that's been taken from them by a serious condition. And Minnesotans want their children and their loved ones to be able to have access to medicine in Minnesota that can help improve their quality of life. These parents and patients with many other conditions have driven back and forth to the state capitol this year many times to sit through committee hearings in both the House and the Senate as we try to move forward in providing them relief. Some of them are in the House gallery today watching this debate. They can't wait any longer. I know it's easy for us sometimes as politicians or legislators to just tell people that we'll wait another year. But these families can't wait another year. They need relief now. Which is why it's time to move forward with a medical marijuana bill that can be signed into law and that can provide relief for suffering Minnesotans. We have worked carefully throughout the session in consultation with parents of these children and with patients with numerous conditions and with the medical community in developing this bill that's before us today. And we have responded to many concerns raised by members and raised by others as this bill has moved forward. This bill, members, creates a patient registry under strict supervision from the Minnesota Department of Health. Minnesotans who are diagnosed with a qualifying condition will be able to register to receive medical marijuana, and they will be able to receive their medicine from a licensed pharmacist. Qualifying conditions under the bill before you include seizure disorders, cancer, glaucoma, MS and other disorders with severe muscle spasms, Tourette's syndrome, HIV/AIDS, ALS, and Crohn's disease. Additionally, it allows the Commissioner of Health to add additional medical conditions in the future. This bill will help thousands of Minnesotans that have these conditions. In this bill, medical marijuana is allowed in a liquid and pill form, and vaporization for cannabis is also allowed. Smoking is prohibited. It is also important to note that this bill will result in real scientific research, that it's a big reason why the Minnesota Medical Association prefers this bill. There will be a handout distributed from the Minnesota Medical Association to express their view. The Minnesota Nurses Association is also supportive of this bill, as is the MS Society of Minnesota. I know that some of you wish this bill would include more qualifying conditions or would be more expansive, and frankly, so do I. But it is important that we do not shut down the opportunity to help thousands of Minnesotans in pursuit of legislation that will not become law this session. This bill is a compromise, one we have worked hard to deliver in order to help patients who are suffering. Members, I would just ask for your support here today and to not put this off any longer and to truly address the needs of suffering Minnesotans and to support this legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I know that there are a number of amendments. Thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Melin moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A36.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is primarily a technical amendment with some substantive changes as well. The substantive changes include that clarifies the health care practitioner's primary responsibility is to treat the qualifying medical condition of the patient. It also includes an annual registration of the manufacturer, prohibits the manufacturer from employing anyone under the age of 21 or anyone with a disqualifying felony offense, and also, except with a valid search warrant, law enforcement cannot access the patient registry, and it makes unauthorized release of an individual patient's data a gross misdemeanor. It also clarifies the fiscal cost to the Minnesota Department of Health and changes the effective date to the day following enactment. And I'd ask for your support, members, and I know there are secondary amendments as well.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Melin moving to amend their amendment to Senate File 2470 as follows. The amendment is A64.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And again, the amendment to the amendment is mostly technical. The substantive changes include clarifying that the manufacturer pays costs of the independent lab testing that is required in the bill. And it also requires manufacturer employees to submit a consent form, fingerprints, and fees to the BCA before starting work for criminal background checks. I'd ask for your support.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Melin. Would Representative Melin stand for a question, please?
She will. Representative Barrett.
Representative Melin, I'm looking at your amendment, A36, in the area beginning line 1.12, and it talks about what the Commissioner of Health would do to review all the medical and scientific literature related to each of the medical conditions in which medical medical cannabis may be beneficial. Have you had talks with the Department of Health about that? That seems to me like a very time-intensive, deliberate, and lengthy process in order to accurately diagnose a person's medical condition and determine what the dosage may be in a consistent way. Have you talked to the Department of Health, and are they up to that task, either alone or with an outside company?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Barrett. Yes, I've had several conversations with the Department of Health, and this clarifying language actually comes from them.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Melin, if you should stand for another question.
She will. Representative Barrett.
This is a very important issue, and I just want to make sure I and the body understands what they can do and what they cannot do. We're talking about a medicine, potential medicine, that in many cases goes through the FDA, that requires many, many clinical trials, much deliberation, much study both with animals and people. And that process can take many years, appropriately so, because of the risk of getting it wrong. And I see this as kind of a truncated method for that. So I think what you said is that they themselves or their outside company can handle that. Can you explain the process in which they would do that for each of the medical conditions outlined in the bill?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Barrett. We are on the A64 amendment to the amendment, but to answer your question on the underlying amendment, there are a lot of resources as far as what would be appropriate for each qualifying condition. As I stated, there are 20 other states that have medical marijuana. Additionally, if you go to the Mayo Clinic website, they have dosages and compounds recommended to treat each of these conditions. So the information is available, and in my conversations with the department, they are willing and able to undergo the task of accessing that information.
Further questions on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Representative Erdahl, what purpose do you rise?
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this is Cheese Day, and my wife Karen has prepared the cheese in the retiring room. I hate to interrupt this debate with that, but just to let you know, $11.5 billion to the dairy is from the dairy industry to the state of Minnesota each year. And with that, Cheese Day. Thank you.
There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Murphy E. moving to amend the Melin amendment to Senate File 2470 as follows. The amendment is coded A72.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A72 amendment provides financial audits for the manufacturer when they come to the state of Minnesota. This was drafted with the help of the Department of Health and the Department of Commerce, and I ask for your support.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lesh moving to amend the Melin amendment to Senate File 2470 as follows. The amendment is coded A57.
Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply clarifies some data provisions in the bill. You may be aware of some issues related to the Timber J bill that's scheduled for Monday and confusion by health plans as to whether they were allowed to keep certain data secret or not. The answer is they are not. This information is public. Under Chapter 13, this amendment clarifies that as well. It also, for the purposes of contracts and subcontracts, I should say, it also states that aggregate non-identifiable data on patients is summary data under Chapter 13, as well as saying that private and non-public data on patients is clearly defined under the Data Practices Act. I would ask, I don't think it's controversial, I'd ask for member support.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Benson M. moving to amend the Melin amendment to Senate File 2470 as follows. The amendment is coded A55.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. A55, in essence, removes from the bill and modifies the amendment that we're talking to right now to exclude the commissioner having the ability to approve an additional method. It would make it so that only the three delivery systems that are written into the bill are the only things that are approved. Members, I'll be the first one to tell you that I have a major problem with the bill on a number of levels. First and foremost, I mean, I think that Representative Dean probably brought it up the best yesterday when we were talking about the advanced practical nurses, is that suddenly this body believes that it can supplant the processes that have gotten us to where we're at, being the best, or the best place to receive medical care in the world. And a lot of that is, if you go back 100 years and you look at the charlatans of the past that said that they had this, that, and the other that would cure a malady, we found it important that we exclude ourselves from a process, a political process, and put this into the hands of people that really know what they're doing. It's called the FDA. So we find ourselves here today talking about a process, a political process, if you will, to grant people the ability to have access to untested. Now, I know that there'll be people that could stand up and argue that, but the fact is, even though the author of the bill, when she introduced it, said that there's a scientific process, it meets none of the real critical standards that are involved with making sure a drug is safe under a process like the FDA. I feel somewhat qualified to stand up here today to talk a little bit about being empathetic to the people that have been mentioned thus far. And I know there are many others other than young children that have epileptic seizures. But on the campaign trail, I talked to a family whose daughter had 200 seizures a week. They're under some new medication now, and that subsided a little bit. But they're anxious to make sure that she had some access to medical marijuana. And I tried to talk with them and reason, try to understand. I certainly wasn't there to argue any point that they made. But I did relate the fact that 25 years ago I lost my wife to breast cancer at 33 years of age. And I can tell you from age 31 when we found out about it until age 33, I can't remember being more helpless in my life as the spouse of an individual that was dying from cancer. And we went through the regimen or the protocol for the area that we lived in. It was back then, maybe something completely different now, but the Chicago protocol. It was the same one, in fact, that when we moved to Rochester, Minnesota, they used there. That we went through it, and it seemed like she was in remission, but then it came back with a vengeance, members. And then it was a matter of whether or not we could be included in some clinical trial for a new chemical that might give us a glimmer of hope. It might give us a glimmer of hope. She wanted to be a mother of our 3 children, raise them. I certainly wanted my wife to be with me for however long God granted us. So we were willing to do that. But I will tell you that when we consulted with the doctors, they provided some assurances that as part of this clinical trial, that the FDA had looked at this treatment protocol. It was actually a cocktail of chemicals, and they gave us some hope. Members, my fear is, so do I have empathy for the person who has a child, who has a family member that is suffering, and they're looking for just about anything they can find to make a difference in the quality of their lives? Absolutely. I think for those of us who are very, we're at a place in our lives, at least I think that many of us are here on both sides of the aisle are very skeptical of this and wondering where this is going to lead. To think that we're not compassionate about it is absolutely incorrect, and it's wrong. It's really a matter of, are we doing what's really best? I might have been able to get behind a bill that would have limited it to a certain group and put some real scientific standards around it, include the FDA, but I don't see that in this bill, members. I'm going to get to where the amendment is at, and that is in terms of limiting at least the delivery method. Now, we've decided that we're going to play a significant role in what I believe is not political at all. It should be left to the scientific community. But at least if we're going to take some responsibility, we should say, we're going to try these 3 things, and before you can do any more, you've got to come back to this body The old adage, you know, it's better to ask for forgiveness than it asks for permission. I don't want the commissioner to come back to me and ask for forgiveness for allowing for a different method than what's prescribed in this bill, and it leads to the death of some individual. If we're going to take responsibility, it's our responsibility, not the commissioners, to come up with some different delivery method. I've heard the arguments, I wasn't in the committee, about why this isn't a good thing. But are we going to take responsibility today or not, is a question. This thing has so many moving parts, members. Do we really want to add more moving parts? Who here is going to decipher all the scientific analysis that's going to go through to discern whether or not the additional delivery method was the right one? I'm not even sure that the three here are, other than I'm sure you've taken testimony. I'm going to finish up, but folks, we've got to put some bumpers on this, and this is just hopefully one of a few that really makes sense. We meet every year. This is going to take a while. We should be able to come back if there's additional scientific evidence in 12 months and say, okay, we need to add another one. Not let it be an open-ended, commissioner, you can do what you like. Thank you, members.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and Representative Benson, and thank you for sharing that story with us. On your amendment, I would have to ask members to oppose. Your amendment simply removes the Commissioner's ability to approve additional delivery forms. Members, we already specifically in the bill say that smoking cannot be approved, but we do allow the Commissioner of Health to add other delivery forms. The reason for that being is because technology is always changing, and the Commissioner actually thought it would be beneficial to have that flexibility in case there's a delivery method determined that is the best way to administer to a patient. We do in the bill at the bottom of page 7 require that the Commissioner notify the legislature that he or she wishes to add an additional delivery method. And the legislature then has time to act during the legislative session in order to stop the Commissioner from adding that additional delivery method. And if not, then that delivery method becomes law. I think this provides the proper flexibility for the Department of Health, but also the proper safeguards to make sure that the legislature is being notified that an additional delivery method is being added. Also to your other comments, Representative Benson, which I know are not on point to this amendment, but I would just say that a lot of these kids in particular are taking FDA-approved drugs, but they're not really approved to treat kids as young as they are. And the side effects are incredible. Brittle bones, liver damage, sometimes even death. Over 16,000 Americans die every year from FDA-approved drugs. There are patients with muscular dystrophy who have to take a drug to stop their muscle spasms, which the side effect is death. And so, I understand that you prefer the process and having the federal government decide what's the best medication for a patient, but the fact of the matter is this bill provides more interaction between the patient and the doctor, provides regular visits, requires the practitioner to report to the Department of Health how the patient is responding to these treatments, and so the proper safeguards are in place, and these decisions should be between the patient and the medical professional who believes that this medication would be not only beneficial but safe for that patient. I would ask members to vote no on the Benson Amendment, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Yeah, if the author would yield for the author of the bill would yield for a question.
She will. Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Melin, I appreciate your efforts on this. Compared to the first time we heard it in the HHS committee, it's moved a long ways in the direction that I'd like to see as far as restrictions and limitations. I'm still struggling on how I'm going to vote today, but one of the concerns I have is if we're not using the established scientific method for approval of drugs, who is responsible liability-wise if somebody uses medical marijuana and has negative or adverse side effects, and we see the advertisement on TV constantly on this drug, that drug, right into this law firm? Who would be liable since we're not using the established scientific method as far as if this bill would become law?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Gruenhagen, I just want to remind the body that we are on an amendment to the amendment. And although I will answer your question, it doesn't have to do with the matter before the body right now. But there are requirements in the bill that the patient essentially acknowledge as they enter into the patient registry that they are assuming risk in undergoing this. And, because of that, as I said, it's not the traditional, the federal government approves a medication and it's administered to the patient. It is different in that regard, but the patient is assuming risk.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I assume then by signing that piece of paper that's supposed to protect the state or the provider or whatever from liability, would that be correct if the author would yield, Mr. Speaker?
She will yield. Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Gruenhagen, yes, it provides liability protection for the practitioner and the Department of Health.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I would rise in support of Representative Benson's amendment. I guess I'd like to see as many restrictions as possible if this bill is to go forward and become law. And so I'd urge members to vote green on Representative Benson's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Let me say something quick in support prior to supporting Representative Benson's amendment, and that is that as we look at this issue, we have to recognize there are two sides to the issue, and both relate to the health of our citizens in Minnesota. So on the one side, we have medical marijuana, which in some cases has seemed to be a viable option for certain conditions, medical conditions. On the other hand, we have a situation where marijuana happens to be the most used and abused illegal substance in our country, and a lot of people want that to use even more in a recreational sense. That's not what the bill is about. I'm not suggesting it is. I'm just kind of laying the land as to what some of the a couple of the healthcare issues are related to this issue generally. Related to the particular amendment from Representative Benson and his area regarding not wanting the health commissioner to approve other substances, I looked at what they're doing in Colorado related to medical marijuana, and some of the things that they have legal in Colorado include caramel candies, zucchini bread, chocolate chip cookies, lemon bars, cheesecake, Cocoa Krispy, Thin Mint cookies, pumpkin bread. Now, this conceivably could be part of the approval method from a Department of Health commissioner if they decide in the future to do that. So that's of particular concern, especially as it relates to what can happen when people who aren't supposed to eat that substance actually eat it. And I'm thinking particularly of a person about 2 months ago, a University of Wyoming college student. And why that is important to me is I happen to have a daughter who attends the University of Wyoming right now, and so I understand how this issue affects even people who don't live in the state. But this particular gentleman, Levi, he jumped to his death in a Denver hotel room on March 11th of 2014 after eating more of a marijuana cookie than was recommended by the seller, police records show. And he consumed one cookie purchased by a friend. And he began screaming, throwing things around a hotel room before he jumped over a 4th floor railing into a hotel lobby. An autopsy report listed marijuana intoxication as a significant contributing factor in the death. My point being is, as we add more substances to the different conditions that could be affected by this bill, we go down a path of not being able to accurately understand how much of a substance should be taken for a particular medical condition. And I think the issues that Representative Benson talked about in his amendment And what I'm reading tends me to think that I should vote yes on Representative Benson's amendment. Thank you.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been a difficult bill to track because if you actually look at the bill title, it's referring to an education bill. Well, clearly this isn't about education. So if I'm a citizen and I'm going to look up Senate File 2470, I'm going to see that this is about an education bill. So I've been carefully listening to this issue. The first time that I saw this bill in this format, this education bill in this format, was in the Rules Committee. And we had some great testifiers come forward and explain their situation. But Representative Melin, during that process, there were members of your side of the aisle that amended out the very line of giving the commissioner the authority to approve any other method. The exact same thing that Representative Mike Benson is asking for here today. And that passed in the Rules Committee. Imagine my surprise then when we came to the Ways and Means Committee and you had to delete everything in amendment, bringing it back. Now, I highlight this for two reasons. If you were concerned about having that provision in the first time and wanted to amend it out, why did it ever get put back in the first place? It shouldn't be. We should be going with Representative Mike Benson's amendment here today and fix this problem, because obviously there is a concern about what does this mean? How much more authority are we going to give a commissioner, who, by the way, is not a physician, who's going to be making decisions about this issue? The other concern that I have is, again, transparency. How, as an average citizen, are you going to know that Senate File 2470 is not about education like the bill title says, but is instead dealing with medical marijuana? If we truly want to have shining a light on the legislative process and helping our citizens track this issue, whether they're in favor of it or not, this is the wrong approach to take. Because I know as a citizen, if you're going to be searching bill titles, no way are you going to look at this bill. You're going to say this is dealing with education, it has nothing to do with medical marijuana. Members, support the Mike Benson amendment. It was approved in the Rules Committee and should be approved here on the floor. Vote green.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And amendment is basically taking into account we're doing something that's not the normal protocols, procedures, processes. We're sidestepping that. We're saying this is an important issue, and I'm not arguing that point. This is an important issue, and that we should throw away the normal way of handling things and do it this way. Well, the Benson Amendment makes me feel a little bit better in that at least we're not, again, allowing for an extension of bypassing the normal processes, that if there is a need, then it comes back to us. And, frankly, we need to be very careful, and not only if we take the step of bypassing the processes, that we don't allow someone that normally wouldn't be involved to bypass, decades and decades of refined and defined processes. So I think we need a green on this, just for common sense and the good of the people.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I don't have a lot more to say except for I think in some sense the author made my case, in that if the Commissioner decides to approve a different method, it will become law unless we come back the next legislative session and say no. That's not what our responsibility in this chamber is about. It's about giving them permission. This has a lot of moving parts, members. Do we want to add additional moving parts to this as we make decisions about how we're going to proceed? Take our responsibility serious. This will at least provide some bumpers as we proceed in making sure that we're doing the right things for the people that are ultimately going to be impacted by this bill if it becomes law. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 54 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Murphy E. moving to amend.
I'm sorry, there is not any more amendments to the amendments. So we are on the Melin author's amendment. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Now there's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Murphy E. moving to amend Senate File 2470, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A34.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A34 amendment is important in that it addresses the geographic nature of the state of Minnesota. Representative Melin's bill has a single manufacturer in its legislation, and that's important in terms of the science and the quality of the medication that's being produced. But we also know, most of us, all of us, know that Minnesota is a tall state. And we are geographically distributed across the state. And so in order to make it easier for Minnesotans seeking this medication, this amendment offers 2 satellite dispensaries or distributors for the medication so that Minnesotans will not have to travel as far to get the medication. And I would ask for your support.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the Majority Leader would yield for a question.
She will. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Majority Leader Murphy, I think I can kind of read the tea leaves here if we're taking up your amendment. This bill, unfortunately, only allows for one manufacturing facility, a huge mistake and unfortunately, I think a real downfall. Can you ask me or answer me why and how you expect only 2 satellite distribution centers and 1 manufacturing facility to be adequate?
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And first of all, I'd like to request a roll call vote.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative McNamara, members. Representative Melin's bill is drawn narrowly, naming a number of conditions, and based on that, we know approximately the number of Minnesotans that will avail of themselves the medication that will be produced at this manufacturer. We did have awesome testimony from a woman named Paige Figge from Colorado. And of course, they are ahead of us in Colorado on this front in both the medication and its production. And they are very interested in what we're doing here in Minnesota. In our conversations with the Department of Health, they feel very strongly that there should be one manufacturer. And I agree with that in terms of the science. And one of the provisions of Representative Melin's bill that I think is really important is that notion of observational research, so we can learn from this. When Paige Figge was in the Rules Committee, we learned that there are clinical trials ongoing across the world, maybe not in the U.S., being conducted by the FDA. But now there are universities and healthcare facilities in the country that are seeking to do this kind of clinical research, and we also know that they're happening in other parts of the world. So we are learning about this medication, and that's actually how the discovery of medication occurs, through inquiry and science. And I think it's important that we protect that as we proceed here in Minnesota. I think it's a key feature of Representative Melin's bill, and that's why I think one manufacturer is important, to protect that science. Secondly, in terms of satellites, we chose 2. 2 because it gives us some geographic distribution. I know that there are people that are interested in more. I know that Senator Dibble's bill talks about 55. That seems a little big. Maybe 2 is a little small. but 2 is the number that I put in, understanding that for 5,000 people in the state of Minnesota who often come to places like the University of Minnesota and to the Mayo for their treatment of very severe conditions, that this is already largely a mobile group of people. Representative Melin also has provisions in her bill for caregivers that are able to get medication to people who are so critically ill that they cannot leave their home. So based on the science, based on my understanding of where we are with the Department of Health on this issue, that is my amendment, and I hope that satisfies your question. Thank you.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Majority Leader Murphy, for those thoughts. Actually, I would say you gave a lot of the reasons why we need to have more than one manufacturer. This is so important for many of the people in the balcony and many of our constituents across the state of Minnesota. Members, if any of you had a chance, I was one of those that was blessed that didn't have to be here late last night and happened to catch the news. Down in St. James, Minnesota, Representative Torkelson's hometown last night, there was a tornado. If that tornado would have happened to have been on this one facility in the future, it could destroy the facility and everybody would be left without anything. Having only one facility is absolutely wrong. Not based on the merits of whether you actually like this or don't like it. It's unworkable to only have one facility from the standpoint of making sure that we do it right. We need more than one manufacturing facility to ensure that we have. The other thing, members, we talk about, Representative Wagenius is a champion on invasive species and what can go wrong. These materials are going to be growing in a greenhouse. They're going to be growing indoors under a controlled environment. If we get a pest that gets loose in that environment and destroys all these plants, we're going to be left with nothing. We need more than one manufacturing facility, and the thoughts, we need to work with law enforcement. I believe law enforcement would understand that. We didn't have a process here in the House to go through all the committees that it should have went through to have the proper discussion where we could have had these points raised. But it's my understanding that we may not get a chance. I believe maybe I take that back. I think Representative Garofalo, you'll have an amendment where we'll get a chance to vote for more than one manufacturing facility. The other important thing, members, to know, with only one facility, we're going to jump in with one company, one nonprofit, whatever they are, and they're going to hold everybody hostage. I talked about the threat of a pest or a storm or something like that. How about if you get a less than scrupulous owner that takes us to the cleaners? We have no competition, no second place to turn to. Members, we need more than one manufacturing facility. We need a distribution center that works so that if you live in Halleck, Minnesota or Harmony, Minnesota, your constituents don't need to drive to Hastings, Minnesota to get their drugs. Members, Representative Melin, you've done a good job. You worked hard. You've reached out to law enforcement. I appreciate that. I think we've got to push a little harder here. Members, please realize we need to accept an amendment that will offer multiple facilities for manufacture, at least 2, and distribution should be realistic that works. Thank you, members.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Murphy yield for a question, please?
She will, yes. Representative Uglum.
Representative Murphy, to the amendment, the 34, you talk about here in this amendment 2 satellite distribution centers. Now, my question to you is, what is the method of distribution? When I talk and I think distribution centers, I think distribution centers like, for instance, 3M or SuperValue or whatever. Distribution centers ship materials. What is the method of distribution that is thought of to be in this particular instance?
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. How's that? I'm sure that we've all read the bill, right? And in the amendment, it is envisioned in the same way. So an on-site distribution with a pharmacist. But let me just back up. An individual is diagnosed by a provider, medical provider, with a qualifying condition. They are then enrolled in the patient registry. They get a unique identifier, right? And then they go to the dispensary or distribution center for the medication that they're getting. And that's how that works. And let me add, Israel, who's ahead of us on this issue, when they began their program on medical marijuana, they had one manufacturer, just one. And it is the most successful thus far. It's working in Israel. And so I know, there are questions about that, but I think if we want to build something that's reliable and gain from the science that we're going to learn, one manufacturer is important.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Uglum.
Speaker. Would the representative yield for a little clarification?
She will. Representative Uglum.
Representative Murphy, so basically what you're saying here is these are pickup centers, not distribution centers. The customers, in this case, are going to drive here. These distribution centers are not going to be shipping product out.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is correct.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you.
Representative Krisha.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the Majority Leader will yield for one question.
She will. Representative Krisha.
Majority Leader Murphy, as I look through this and I'm trying to understand all this, is there, as they do the satellite, is there anything that would prevent them from contracting or working with an existing storefront?
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Krisha. I would have to understand a little bit more about what you mean by storefront.
Representative Krisha.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And and if I could, Majority Leader, I'm going to ask Representative Simonson to yield. Him and I had a conversation offline. Here's my concern, and I'll just lay it out. We had a very lengthy discussion about synthetic drugs and bath salts, and my concern would be that the storefront, and I'll ask this if Representative Simonson would yield, is it your understanding that a place like Last Place on Earth would not be able to distribute this as a satellite? And I'm wondering your thoughts.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Krisha, I would agree with your concern about we don't want to allow that to happen. I think that there's language in the underlying bill that controls the location of the centers, and I think there's language in the underlying bill that would prevent something like that from happening. But to be on the safe side, we may want to ask the author to yield to that same question.
Representative Krisha.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I hope that offers clarity, Majority Leader Murphy. And that's my question, my intent, as we try to really get to the right side of this. So I think I'll just take Representative Simonson's questions, pass it through me, and ask you to yield on that.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Krisha, thank you, and thank you, Representative Simonson. If you look at the amendment, and the manufacturer must disclose the proposed locations for the distribution centers, and any distribution center operated by the manufacturer is subject to all of the requirements applying to the manufacturer, including but not limited to security and distribution requirements. We are making sure that they are secure. I don't believe the Last Place on Earth would meet those requirements. And so I think that a storefront, as you're describing or as you're concerned about, would not qualify.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And first, let me just say that my criticisms of this proposal and this section of the bill are not directed at the author. There's been some people from outside our chamber who have had to who've insisted on modifying and modifications of language that are just simply not reasonable. But please allow me the opportunity to speak on why I oppose the A34 amendment. What the A34 amendment does is it takes a bad section of the bill and makes it slightly better. Instead of going from one location from which patients can receive their medicine, it allows two locations where they can receive the medicine. It maintains the same problem of having one manufacturer. And, Mr. Speaker and members, having one manufacturer of this medicine is a bad idea. Creating a statutory monopoly is begging for trouble. It's begging for a concentration of power, and it's begging for corruption. We don't want that. What this amendment offers is really a false choice between the bad language of the bill and a modest modification to it. There are subsequent amendments that are going to be offered later today, which will actually address patient safety, will address patient availability, and address patient price. I believe that those are far more thoughtful and more intelligent ways to address the issue than in this manner. And Mr. Speaker and members, I would just point out that while this provision may work for those of us in the 7-county metro area, I do not believe it works for the vast majority of the remaining 80 counties in our state. Having people drive 3 and 4 hours to receive their medication, they're not able to pick up an annual dosage for this stuff. Making them drive that amount, the cancer patients, people who are suffering from cancer, people who are suffering from ALS, those who are having these horrible conditions, they're already in enough pain. Our government should not be creating barriers and obstacles to them getting treatment. We should be removing barriers and obstacles. Mr. Speaker and members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 76 ayes and 44 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hanson. Moving to amend Senate File 2470, second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A19.
Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd ask you to support A19. This deals with intractable pain. I will be sending you a definition that exists in current statute. A lot of the discussion so far has been dealing with folks living with pain, but there are people who, at the end of life, when they're in a terminal situation, they may not fall under the existing definitions that are in the bill, so I'd ask you to support this amendment.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lean, moving to amend the Hanson amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A56-1.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My amendment directs the Commissioner of Health to consider intractable pain as the first additional qualifying condition to the medical cannabis bill, and that she reports on this consideration to the task force established in the bill by July 1st, 2016. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any discussion? Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lean, yield for a question.
He will. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lean, is your amendment to the amendment a delete-all amendment?
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Garofalo, it does have some of the same language, just to clarify for consistency, but it is not a delete-all to the primary amendment.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lean, yield for another question.
He will. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lean, is it correct that your amendment to the amendment is deleting lines 1.3 through 1.6?
Representative Lean.
As I said before, Representative Garofalo, the amendment just simply clarifies for clarity and consistency what the definition of intractable pain is, and then adds to it that the Commissioner looks at intractable pain when considering any additional qualifying conditions first.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, this is a delete-all amendment. I mean, an amendment to an amendment that's a delete-all I do not believe is pursuant to our rules. Before I make a point of order, I would ask Representative Hansen to yield, the author of the amendment.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Representative Hansen, can you offer some, before I make any motion, can you offer some guidance on this, the subject, not on the, yeah, actually on both the subject matter and the procedure here?
Representative Hansen will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Garofalo. I did not author the Representative Lean amendment. I would obviously support my amendment, but in order to move this forward, I would support the Lean amendment, primarily because on line 1.7, I think the key part here is the definition that is retained. You've noticed that in line 1.3, the definition in my amendment, intractable pain as defined in section 152.125 subdivision 1, would be removed, but that is retained on line 1.18, so that when the Commissioner of Health will consider an addition, it relates to that. Representative Garofalo, I obviously would like to have this now, but I would support the Lean amendment.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 87 ayes and 35 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We are now on the Hansen amendment. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is still a good amendment. I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion? Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Hansen yield to a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, can you tell me where law enforcement stands on this amendment?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Simonson. I have not been hearing directly from law enforcement on this. It's my understanding through third parties that there is not opposition to this. But that is not a direct answer.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hansen. Members, I think the underlying Melin bill here has been a product of a lot of work and a lot of effort on her half and on the half of the advocates. I would just encourage you to vote no on this amendment. I just stepped out into the hallway and asked law enforcement what their position on this was, and they are not in support of this particular amendment. So I would encourage a red vote. Thank you.
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker and members, again, what we're talking about here is at the end of life, intractable pain. I'd ask you to look at that definition of intractable pain. Now, the reality is all of us are going to go through an end-of-life procedure at some process at some time. And some of us, including those folks in law enforcement, some of us are going to experience intractable pain. So, members, I would ask you, this with the Lean amendment, which is not where I would have preferred to be, but what I accepted to move forward, it gives that commissioner the authority. so that when something is added, beyond cancer, beyond the other conditions that are there, the Commissioner of Health will consider intractable pain as defined in existing statute. I'd ask you for a green vote.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just for the body's knowledge, in looking at the definition that Representative Hansen sent to us via email, there are two areas of this as it relates to intractable pain. One is related to non-terminally ill patients and the other for terminally ill. I only speak for myself to say that if a terminally ill patient would need medicine such as this, it may be appropriate to do so. In fact, I know someone very well whose mom has just passed away who had the benefit of it. But in this particular amendment, there is non-terminally ill and terminally ill, which both combine for the definition of intractable pain. So for the non-terminally ill, that could mean many things, and it's a really hard area for a medical doctor to diagnose what's intractable, what's chronic. It involves the patient communicating how much the pain is and for how long. So it does open up a very wide door for folks to use this in an improper way. Thank you.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simonson, you said you stepped out. Law enforcement was opposed. I think I heard that correctly. Could you please, Representative Simonson yield for a question?
He will. Representative Hamilton.
Representative Simonson, did law enforcement give you an explanation why?
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hamilton. I think it's important here to separate the compassionate argument from the reality of the scope of the bill and the amendment. I spoke, for the record, with the representative of the MPPOA, who has been opposed to this provision, I think, since the beginning of the discussions. I simply asked him if his organization was opposed to this amendment or in favor of it, and he said that they are opposed to it. I did not ask the specifics as to why, but he did say it was consistent with their position from the beginning.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And members, after adopting the Lean amendment, all we're doing is saying that the Commissioner of Health has to consider adding intractable pain as a qualifying condition before deciding on any other qualifying conditions. It doesn't say that the Commissioner even has to approve it as a qualifying condition. It's just saying that it's important to us that the Commissioner include it as a consideration first and foremost when determining whether or not to add any more qualifying conditions. And we know, Representative Barrett, that it's not difficult for a doctor to determine whether or not to diagnose somebody with intractable pain. It's very clear under law, and doctors certainly have the professional knowledge and capability of making that diagnosis. But more importantly, after adopting the Lean amendment, there's no opposition to the Representative Hansen amendment, and so I would ask that members please vote in favor of the Representative Hansen amendment.
Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker and members, we've had a lot of debate in the last few days and today about where medical and scientific decisions should be made. And members come down in different places on that question, as I heard Representative Benson arguing earlier that we shouldn't overrule what the FDA decides and so on. But I think one thing is very clear, and that is we should not allow our medical and scientific decisions to be made by law enforcement. So I'm not saying we shouldn't consider the views of law enforcement on this bill. I'm just saying that the issues here that are medical or scientific should not be turned over to law enforcement. While I'm standing, I also want to just briefly correct something I thought I heard Representative Sarah Anderson say sometime earlier in the debate, and that is, I think she said that the Commissioner of Health is not a physician. In fact, he is a physician. And were he not, I think he would certainly have physicians with whom he would consult before making medical and scientific decisions. Thank you, members.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I, too, stepped out to speak with law enforcement representatives related to the lien amendment to the Hansen amendment, and that also makes this, the underlying amendment for Representative Hansen, neutral. So they are not opposed with the lien amendment attached.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote if you're going to. The clerk will close the roll. There being 74 ayes and 48 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendments.
Norton moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A29.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a pretty straightforward amendment, just requiring the Commissioner of Health to update the task force regarding federal law changes and regulatory restrictions, as well as asking the Commissioner to share information that we gain from the observational studies we're doing here with folks of the federal government so they can be kept up to speed and catch up with the states. Thank you. I'd appreciate a green vote.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A42.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment was included in Representative Lean's A36 amendment, which passed, so I'm going to withdraw the amendment.
Representative Anderson withdraws her amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded DE3.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We have numerous amendments before us before this delete all amendment. It is basically being offered as a comparison to the final amended bill. So I would like to see how the other amendments play out, Mr. Speaker, first. So I would like to temporarily withdraw this amendment until other amendments have been dispensed with, but we'll take it up before third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garofalo withdraws his amendment, or temporarily withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A38.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is pretty simple. It's saying that you wouldn't be utilizing EBT since we aren't including any of this in our state or MNsure programs as being paid for as part of those, then I would say that we shouldn't also allow the EBT card to be used to pay for it.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'd rise to a point of order under House Rules 4.03 to find this amendment out of order. We did check with the Department of Health. There is a fiscal cost associated with this amendment, members, and therefore it would be in violation of our budget resolution.
Point of order has been raised under 4.03. Any advice? I find that the point of order is well taken. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hertas moving to amend Senate File 2470. The second on official engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded A39.
Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment, in reading the bill, clearly there are fees for the establishment of a registry contained in the bill. And members, it appears that we're creating a bureaucracy and a registry that is going to cost approximately $4.5 million on its rollout. And essentially, the language of the bill requires a registry and a fee of $200, but if you amortize the cost of this rollout against the number of participants as done by House Research, it would appear that that number should be $913, not $200. In addition, there are continuing costs, and rather than a $50 annual fee to carry that, I'm recommending that on page 13, line 6, that number be changed to $228. I think it's also important to note that each of us, as we get prescriptions from our own physician or doctor, we don't need to have a registry card to have a prescription fulfilled. And I think the whole notion that we're requiring and treating this as a medical treatment and prescriptive in its pursuit to help those who need medication, the whole system of having a bureaucracy and having their registration cards, I think, is absurd. So with that, if you agree that you don't need a prescription card to get your statin filled for your high cholesterol, this should be no different. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw this amendment.
Representative Hertas withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. It's a Garofalo amendment on intractable pain. Is that you have an amendment on intractable pain? Is that still the clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend Senate File 2470. The second on official engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A15.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And first of all, I have an amendment to the A15 amendment. An amendment to the amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment as well. Yes, the clerk will report that amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend his amendment to Senate File 2470 as follows. The amendment is coded A66.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment to the amendment limits it to subdivision 1. There was a drafting error in the original version of the A15 amendment, so then once we adopt that, I'll have discussion on the modified amendment.
Any discussion on the author's amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to the A15 amendment as amended, the language in front of you would read intractable pain as defined in Section 152, 125, Subdivision A. So what this means is under the proposal as it exists right now, those who have cancer, those who suffer from seizures, they are given access to this medication. What this amendment as amended would do was include intractable pain as one of those items that is people have this medication for. Keep in mind that those people who are in intractable pain, as is defined in statute right now, those individuals are already using medication. They're using opiates. They're using things like morphine, OxyContin, drugs that when they're overdoses cause death, high addiction factors. The consequences of withdrawal are actual physical illness. The compassionate thing to do is to include intractable pain as one of those conditions that qualifies for this. Let me be clear, this is not a California quack amendment. In California, you can go to the doctor and say, my knee hurts, I need some marijuana. In California, you can say, my knee doesn't hurt, I need some marijuana, and they give it to you. This is very specific. It's with regards to intractable pain. It is a statutorily defined term, and it is the compassionate thing to do to help those who are going through this absolutely horrible condition, and I would ask for members' support.
Representative Murphy.
I rise to a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order.
Rules point 4.03 on the Garofalo amendment. The amendment as drawn would violate our budget resolution. And let me just say how. In consulting with the Department of Health, by adding additional conditions, we're adding additional Minnesotans to the patient registry, which means they have to add additional costs before we even begin the registry. And they have affirmed that this would add to the fiscal cost and therefore break the budget resolution. And so I would move that the amendment is out of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, advice for you on this point of order. We just adopted a motion which allowed the Commissioner to consider that as an option. Intractable pain, it's not like there's an epidemic of individuals in Minnesota who are in intractable pain. We're not talking about millions of citizens, particularly with the 2 dispensaries limitation that's currently in the bill. We do have the flexibility in this body. This is a negligible cost that clearly can be absorbed. It does not violate the budget resolution, and I would ask you to find the point of order not well taken and allow the body to vote on this provision. Thank you.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a point of information, I'm trying to clarify on this point of order. Since the bill was an education bill, but now it's having to do with the Department of Health, what budget would any additional funds be coming from?
Representative Carlson, I believe it's the other funds budget.
Mr. Speaker, it would come from the budget that the amendment is directing it to, but I do want to comment that by definition under both caucuses it would have to be clearly above what we would call negligible cost, and therefore in my view, regardless of which budget, it would be coming out of order.
I find that the point of order is well taken. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A17.
Representative Garofalo. I like that name, I have to say.
Glad someone does. Mr. Speaker and members, what this does is earlier on we adopted the Murphy Amendment with regards to the issue of distribution and manufacturers. What this would do is it would modify it so that it would allow up to, it doesn't require, but it would allow up to 6 manufacturers to be authorized in the state of Minnesota. In addition, those 6 manufacturers would be allowed to have up to 8 satellite distribution centers. And members, if you look at the amendment, lines 1.19 through 1.26, you'll see that they cannot do the cultivation and the manufacture at those satellite distribution facilities. That's purely going to be where they are picked up. Again, this is for the compassion for those who are suffering from many painful ailments. It simply is not reasonable to ask Representative Melin's constituents, other constituents in other parts of the state, to have to drive to the metro area every single time to get medication for their kids, or if they're a designated caregiver for those who are suffering from cancer or other painful ailments. This is a reasonable proposal. It is more conservative in terms of the numbers than the Senate proposal. The Senate proposal, in my opinion, actually gets it the right way. They base it off of population. They base it on the population of the counties and allow for coverage in the larger counties. But this is a reasonable compromise to allow for 6 manufacturers, to eliminate the element of potential corruption, to make it easy for these patients, and to put those facilities in place. And I would hope that members can vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And in light of the fact that we adopted the Representative Murphy amendment, which just for clarity purposes allows 2 additional dispensing locations plus the manufacturer, so there will be 3 locations in the state as opposed to just 2, which I think was some confusion earlier. But in light of the fact that we adopted that amendment, and although in all practicality we would like more sites probably around the state, we do have provisions in the bill that when people are unable to go to the dispensary or manufacturer themselves, that they do have the opportunity under the bill to have that medicine brought to them at their home. And so, although, in all reality, I think in a perfect world there'd be some more sites where people would be able to access their medicine. At this time, I would have to oppose the A17 amendment and ask for a no vote. And I'd request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in light of the author's opposition to the amendment, I will withdraw the amendment.
Representative Garofalo withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend Senate File 2470 to second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A30.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think that if we are going to go down the path of having this as part of Minnesota's culture, I think it's important for us to establish some requirements on reporting so we have accurate data for us to make decisions in the future on this issue. So this amendment just requires that the Commissioner of Health to adopt rules to establish reporting incidents and what happens here in the state, so that we as a body can go back and look at that data, see if we need to make adjustments in the future to fix any problems that occur as a result of this bill. And ask for your support.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schoen moving to amend the Anderson S. amendment to Senate File 2470 as follows. The amendment is coded RA 14-300.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And the amendment to the amendment I'm offering is clarifying that this is the medicinal forms of cannabis. I hope that Representative Anderson will see that that this would be a friendly amendment to make sure that we're focusing on the substances and compounds that are associated with the medicinal form and not just every form.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Schoen, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, and I see the logic of trying to limit it just to the medicinal side. But I do think that there is some value for us as a state that if we overall see an increase in marijuana in use in the state, I think that would be helpful for us too to kind of track that data. And that's why I left it for both forms. That was my intent, and is to make sure we don't need to just see what's happening on the medical side, but are we seeing a general increase in the state overall in the use of marijuana, and that's why I drafted it the way that I did.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First, I'd ask for roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Schoen.
Mr. Speaker and members, I did get data from the Minnesota Department of Health, and they have no deaths where cannabis poisoning was the primary cause on file. And I agree, it's good to see trends, and there are areas that we will be able to see trends for this. And if the study is we're trying to determine if the efficacy of what we're doing with medicinal cannabis, needs to be tracked and watched, then we need to focus on the substances, the compounds, and the medicine that is derived from the medicinal cannabis. I would urge a green vote.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Schoen would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Schoen, can you tell me if the Department of Health, if they currently receive data from the law enforcement officials, as highlighted here in my amendment, is that information, both from law enforcement and health professionals, is that required to be sent to the Department of Health in tracking this kind of data?
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Anderson's. In this particular instance, they would be reported through the emergency room or medical contacts, and for instance, in the law enforcement profession, if there was a medical emergency, law enforcement wouldn't be required to make that report. If there's a death, then the investigation gets turned over to the medical examiner, who then handles the reports. That would also go to the Department of Health or appropriate agency where those facts would be available. The law enforcement isn't a medical reporting group. We're not necessarily equipped for that. If there's an ambulance call, emergency room visit, a death, anything that gets you into the medical field or medical services, then that information would be available. But again, I still go back to I do like where you're going, but I personally believe that we need to track the efficacy of the medicinal act that we're trying to put into place today.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Schoen, for sharing your thoughts on that. The reason why I do have that it is establishing rules that require both law enforcement and the health officials to provide this data to the Department of Health is to make sure that we have a good baseline of information to track for the future, whether it's incidences involving medical marijuana or incidences of people using marijuana in an illegal fashion. I think it's a good data for our state to have. And as I understand it right now, from what Representative Schoen is saying, we currently only have that data coming from our health professionals, not necessarily from our law enforcement officials, only if it results in something that involves medical personnel. So this is a broader definition to make sure that we can track that data and that our Department of Health has that information. I think that's good information for us to have regardless of this bill being before us, and I would ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker and members, just doing a little quick research online, I see that there is a report from the Department of Human Services about alcohol and drug abuse in the state. And although I just started to look at this now because of the debate that we're having, I think it's pretty likely that we'll find that, well, it looks from what I found like the Department of Human Services does monitor illegal drug abuse in the state. So I think we'd be reinventing the wheel here. I understand what Representative Anderson's trying to get at, but I don't think we need to make this, to do that in this bill. I think it's already being done, and there will be sources that will allow us to continue to see what's happening with illegal drug use in the state. So I would urge a yes vote on the Schoen amendment to the amendment.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Liebling. I appreciate your comments on that. But because we will be legalizing a form of marijuana, then I'm assuming the Department of Health may not be tracking that anymore. This is just basic, making sure we've got data. It's good for us to have for the future. And I ask that you defeat the Schoen amendment and vote for my amendment. So vote red first, please. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 51 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We are now on the Anderson amendment. Any discussion? Representative Anderson.
Members, I just asked for a green vote. I have not placed a roll call, so I should probably double check with Representative Melin. I hope that she will just accept it. I would not. Yep. She says it's okay, so I'm not going to ask for a roll call, folks.
Seeing, did you ask her to yield? I'm sorry. No? Okay. Okay. All those in favor of the motion? I'm distracted by Erdahl. I'm sorry. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Newberger moving to amend Senate File 2470 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A32.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. What this amendment does is it establishes a independent oversight committee that's comprised specifically of physicians. Some of the concerns that we've heard over time have come specifically from these areas: cancer patients, patients in severe pain, all kinds of pediatric problems, general practice, general purpose problems, and also chronic pain. So basically, members, what this amendment does is it establishes a board that is comprised of physicians who will oversee this entire program. I know that there is space for medical professionals on the board in the bill, but it does not delineate exactly what type of medical professionals. This would clearly put this whole thing into the hands of the doctors, where the buck needs to stop. This would be funded by the manufacturer, whoever is awarded the contract for the supply of the medical marijuana. So the cost would be incurred there by the manufacturer. And with that, members, I will stand for any questions.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I would ask for a no vote on the Newberger amendment. Members, I don't think we need to add one more layer of government to this. We already have a task force in the bill that provides for healthcare providers, including a licensed pharmacist, as well as the commissioners of health and the commissioner of human services, and for patients. So we already have a task force we're putting together. Furthermore, I would just remind members that every single one of these patients who's going to be enrolled into the patient registry is going to be under care of their primary health practitioner. So there's lots of doctors involved here, lots of medical professionals involved here, and in light of that, I would just ask you to vote against the Newberger amendment.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the reason we have this amendment before us, Representative Melin is correct in as much as each individual patient will be under the direct care of their own physician. What this group would do is simply analyze whether or not this program works. Whether it works, if it works, great. How can we improve it? If it doesn't work, how do we make it work, or maybe reevaluate its entire existence? With that also, Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And members, I will wrap up with this. If we're going to practice medicine by politics, if we're going to do this in an inverted fashion, my recommendation, members, is that we strive to have the best quality control possible, simply to see if this program works or not. Thank you.
Representative Yarusso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd encourage a no vote on this because it would be extremely inappropriate to remove the participation of a pharmacist from this group. Pharmacists are the ones who know about delivery of medication and the pharmacokinetic effects and all of those associated things with that, as well as quality control with respect to production and whatnot. And so limiting it to physicians would remove the pharmacist from this board, and so I'd encourage a no vote.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Representative Yarusso's point, this would not be removing a pharmacist. This simply establishes a medical oversight to make sure that the program in and of itself is effective or not. The board that is going to be created, it has politicians, it has a pharmacist, it has law enforcement, it has all kinds of people on there. Only 4 spaces for medical professionals, but those four spaces, as I had indicated earlier, are not delineated. They could be anybody. So like I said before, this just puts this back into the hands of doctors to tell us whether or not this is working. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 49 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Newberger moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A33.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this amendment does is it follows the spirit of the Minnesota Clean Air Act. As we know, marijuana, regardless if it's from the street or if it's grown in a lab, if it's for recreational or if it's for medical purposes, you're ingesting a substance that's comprised of multiple compounds. Regardless of the delivery system, you're going to be ingesting compounds that are unknown to you. So what this amendment does is it requires an analysis of what we are ingesting into our bodies and some warning, much like we find on cigarette packs and chewing tobacco and snuff. This simply involves some information given to the patient from their physician, letting them know the risks and the hazards, the potential risks and hazards of what they are ingesting, in addition to the therapeutic elements that they're trying to ingest. This warning may include, it could be on the label like we see on any other medication, it could be a letter, an email, or a direct counseling, but in some way, shape, or form, a patient should be informed of exactly everything they're putting into their body and the risks that are entailed with that. Also, members, what this would do is it may assist us in the future if there's any problems with this in the future. If someone comes back and says, you know, I was on the medical marijuana program and I developed a specific condition, and now I want to take legal action against the state because I wasn't warned in advance. This is just a quality control and a step safety factor I think that we need to incorporate. So with that, members, I'll stand for questions.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I'd ask for a no vote on the A33 Newberger amendment. First of all, Representative Newberger, I think your hazardous compounds is a little ambiguous as far as who would determine what was or wasn't hazardous. Secondly, we have lots of safeguards in place as far as what's in the medical cannabis. We have a requirement that it is third-party independent lab tested, but we have a requirement that the lab report to the manufacturer on everything that's in the medical cannabis, and then the manufacturer uploads that information to the Department of Health in the patient registry for that patient. So we already know all the compounds in the medical cannabis that's administered to the patient, and we also require the practitioner to notify the patient of the risks associated with the use of medical cannabis. So there are many safeguards in place. I don't think we need to add more analysis to this, and because of that I would ask for members to vote no on the A33, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Newberger.
Thank you for the roll call request. You read my mind. I think that you're spot on, Representative Melin, when you say that the analysis has already been made. The substances, the potential substances, have been identified. I think that's the right step. I think that the next logical step is just to put a warning label out to make sure that all patients are fully informed and that they're making an informed decision with their doctors pertaining to the risks that are involved here. Warning labels, like I said, even an electronic one, if it was an email, some type of way to forewarn people so that they could best make a decision for their own health. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 52 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Newberger moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A35.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe there was an amendment to this amendment. Representative Johnson was going to offer.
There is. The clerk will report that amendment.
Johnson B. moving to amend the Newberger amendment to Senate File 2470. The amendment is coded A58.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment to Representative Newberger's amendment changes the dates from to 2017 and to 2019, and also changes on page 16, line 17, with a final report from the task force due to the legislature by February 1st of 2019. That would give time for the legislator to review that report and also make an assessment whether this program is actually working or not. And I'd also request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any discussion to the amendment? Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I support Representative Johnson's amendment to my amendment. Please stand in support of that.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'm going to oppose the Johnson A58 amendment, and I'll be opposing the underlying amendment as well. Both of these amendments essentially end the program and end the patient registry. And I have no interest in doing that at this time. I think we're setting this up so patients can be assured that they have access to this medicine into the future. And because of that, I'd ask for a no vote on the A58 and request a roll call if one hasn't been requested.
Roll call has already been requested. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I feel that, if we're going to do this on a trial basis, and, we've got a lot of articles circulating around here, and even one as recent as the 8th, which was yesterday in USA Today, about ingestion of marijuana. And I think, because of the unknowns here, I think we do need to do the responsible thing and put parameters around this so-called study. And I think that we have to have reporting, we have to have updates on whether this is working or not. And I urge a green vote on Representative Johnson's amendment. If it's working at that time, it's found to be working at that time, then we can put a continuation on the registry. But I think it's dangerous not to have some sort of a a date in mind where we want to stop and reevaluate what this bill does. So I would encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Members, Representative Melin's bill says this is a study. Studies end. Without an end, this is not a study. Without reports due to us, it's not a study. My amendment has an end date to this program that is 7 months or 6 months after that report is due to this body, so we can review it and give us time to look at if this was working, if there's any changes needed. Gives us time to react and do what is right. If this is good for the citizens of Minnesota, we can renew it and keep it going. If there's adverse outcomes to this that can cause some problems, we have an end to it. Before we make this permanent, let's find out if this is good or bad. Otherwise, it's no longer a study. It's an actual program that does not end. Please vote green.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And regardless if we want to call it a study, a program, etc., this bill takes us outside of the standard processes and protocols and bypasses a lot of built-in checks, a lot of experts that monitor, update, and correct and change things. If we create something that is open-ended, that bypasses national experts, I think that's a dangerous precedent. So I support this just for the fact that we need to be careful letting something go and have it go forever.
Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this bill, as proposed by Representative Melin, already requires ongoing research on the part of the Department of Health and interaction with experts who will continually be giving feedback about the efficacy of the program. And the legislature will have that information as it moves forward. And Representative Norton added an amendment that also created the conversation between the federal government and the state and other research that's going on around the country. So I think if we look at all these pieces, there's ongoing programmatic oversight here and feedback to the legislature. And I think risking putting a closing date in place that risks patients' ongoing treatment without a much more subtle transition is simply unethical.
Representative Johnson.
Members, when we put an end date to this, it makes us have to react. It makes us have to do something. It makes the people involved in this have to do something. We need to know what's going on. There's a number of medications right now already going through the FDA process. In 5 years, a number of them could be done. That will work better than this. Let's find out what's going on. Let's have an end to the study. Instead of everything is working well and it's doing well, we can change it from just a study to an actual medical marijuana law. But let's do a study. Let's have an end. Let's bring this back so we can really see what's going on before we move forward. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. We are now on the Newberger amendment. Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to urge you to reconsider. This is a study. It's not a program. It's a study. And if it's a study, there's a start date and there's an end date and there's an evaluation period. And if it works, then we go back to it. If it doesn't work, then we will know. We're just going to be continuing down a path of no return if we don't have some type of a safeguard built into this. So, members, I urge a green vote.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And again, I would encourage a red vote. I don't think it's fair to the patients to just end the program in light of the fact that it could be working very well for a lot of people. And so, members, just please vote red, and I ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 46 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend Senate File 2470 to second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A40.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We're not the first state to discuss and look at this program. And if we are going to go forward with this endeavor, it is prudent that we discuss, we meet, we learn from the trials, tribulations, and excursions that the other states have gone through. So my amendment is pretty simple. It requires the commissioner to contact and consult with the experts that implemented similar programs in other states so they can learn and hopefully avoid problems and issues. Thank you.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I would oppose the A41 Quam amendment. It's another mandate on the department here. They have the ability under current law to do that. They certainly have the ability under this bill to do that. And I can assure you that they're already doing that. And so because of that, I don't think we need to put it in the bill. And I would ask members to please vote no, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 38 ayes and 83 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend Senate File 2470 to second unofficial as follows. The amendment is coded A41.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a study. We're looking at possible different forms of administering this, and some of them may have the possibility of absorption through the skin. Oils, patches, etc. have those concerns. And if we are doing research, it is only prudent to make sure that since these are experimental in nature, haven't been approved through the normal processes, that we take the appropriate precautions that anyone that is working with the manufacturer distribution doesn't accidentally, through continual day-long work in the process, get contamination. So therefore, this is a test to make sure they aren't getting undue exposure.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I'd ask members to vote no on the A41 Quam amendment. Representative Quam's amendment it requires the manufacturer and the independent lab to conduct monthly drug tests of all personnel to test for exposure to cannabis. Representative Quam, we already require criminal background checks of all the employees who will be working in these facilities. The employer can certainly require random drug testing, as many employers do, but I just see a very big price tag for one thing on your amendment, and just keep in mind that those costs would then be borne by the patients. So ultimately, I don't think that it's accomplishing much, and I think that it's unnecessary, and I would just ask members to vote no, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the author wasn't quite listening. This has nothing to do with background checks, has nothing to do with what they may be doing outside. It has to do with the safety of workers working around experimental compounds, experimental processes to administer. So therefore, it's prudent that if you have people working with things that are not well known, have not gone through the normal, you don't have MSDA sheets on these things, that we have some protection for the workers. So this is not meant more than to make sure that we don't have someone who has some incidental contact, but it's hour after hour that they're working, 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week. Small trace amounts can add up. If you look at the situation of popcorn, it was discovered that there was a lung condition from people that worked in a manufacturing setting for popcorn. Nobody would have thought, well, gee, how could that be? But actually it is. So that if you're working in an area where you've got experimental things, and again, you don't have an MSDA, you don't have the special sheets, you don't have any protocols because it's experimental, that we care about the safety of the employees.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 89 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barrett moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second on official engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A43.
Representative Barrett, there's also an amendment to the amendment. You want to take that up? There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report that amendment.
Barrett moving to amend this amendment is to Senate File 2470 as follows. The amendment is coded A52.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And regarding the amendment to the amendment was really just an opportunity or a thought of mine to further clarify my original amendment based on language that has been implemented in the state of Michigan. And it relates to medical standards for doctors and the need to have a bona fide doctor-patient relationship established at the time when medical marijuana would be prescribed by a doctor. The reason for that in Michigan is because of situations that have happened in other states such as Colorado and California, where a few number of doctors have prescribed a large number of prescriptions for medical marijuana. And in a lot of cases, there has not been a bona fide relationship between the physician and the patient. And in that situation, then, and I'm looking for the information, but I'll do it from memory. A patient has come in, said they want medical marijuana. He's looked at a chart and said, oh, you had a knee injury 10 years ago, we'll do that. And the person has gotten that prescription. That has happened in Colorado and California. And so what Michigan decided to do is decide that you really need to have a bona fide relationship with certain aspects that would be as part of the process of determining whether marijuana or some other drug would be appropriate for that patient. So I think it's a good amendment regardless of your thoughts overall. It will add to the bill, improve it, and I would ask for your yes vote.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would ask for a red vote on the Barrett amendment to the amendment and the underlying amendment. Members, the MMA pretty much asked us to do the exact opposite of this. They wanted a little flexibility as far as the healthcare practitioner responsibilities go. But I would say, Representative Barrett, we already outline in the bill that there has to be ongoing treatment of the patient. The patient's required to continue treatment for their qualifying medical condition. The practitioner is required to report medical findings to the commissioner. The practitioner is required to report how the patient is responding to treatment. And most importantly, the practitioner is required to diagnose the patient with a qualifying medical condition, which again are outlined in the bill. And I'll read them again because, you know, it gets really frustrating to say that people that have a sore knee or hurt their knee 10 years ago could get medical cannabis. I think it really undermines the bill and also undermines the seriousness of a lot of conditions that these folks have. And I keep hearing reference that somebody with a hurt knee is going to be getting medical marijuana. So I just want to remind members what the qualifying medical conditions are: cancer, glaucoma, HIV/AIDS, Tourette's, ALS, seizures, including those with the characteristic of epilepsy, severe and persistent muscle spasms, such as those with the characteristics of MS, and Crohn's disease. So we're not going to be in a situation where people are doctor shopping to get medical marijuana for their knee injury, because it's simply not allowed under the bill. And more importantly, members, as I stated, the MMA worked with us on the language that we have under the current bill. It's the language that they thought would best serve their practitioners, and because of that, I'd ask for a red vote, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, Representative Melin, I think you, in part of what you said, I forget the term we used here, we're not supposed to judge the motivation of a member, and I'm not going to ask for a ruling on that, but I can assure you that my motivation is to inform the body of what has happened in our country related to this issue. Now, it has happened that people have come in and inappropriately received a medical marijuana card. That has happened. We could argue about the amount, and we probably should, but certainly in Colorado that's happened, in California that has happened. That is a legitimate issue with this bill. Okay, we're talking about people that use a legal process inappropriately to get what they want as it relates to an addictive drug. So what I'm referring to is those that should not have a medical marijuana card. I'm not talking about those that legitimately have an issue and therefore are going to their doctor in an appropriate way. I'm talking about all those other people that do that. It's to the reason Michigan has done it is I'm reading a letter from the Board of Medicine and Board of Osteopathic Medicine and Surgery regarding why they thought it was appropriate. They said that they're both troubled by reports and advertisements of physicians scheduling patient evaluations in clinically inappropriate or inadequate settings and or within time frames that do not enable a full and adequate medical assessment to be done. This is a Board of Michigan who are doctors. There are issues in Colorado where they talk about the exact same thing I mentioned. In Colorado, 15 doctors, according to an article, write 3/4 of the medical marijuana prescriptions. If this is going to work, we need a legitimate, bona fide patient-doctor relationship, not after the fact, in addition to after the fact, but also prior to, so we can assess what medical treatments have been made prior to the distribution of that medicine, as we would with any other medicine. A couple of years ago, we passed a bill allowing the online prescribing of prescription drugs. We did that appropriately because doctors shop for medicine. They do that. Representative Melin, you and I were in Duluth. We had a discussion with the University of Minnesota Duluth. We had about 200 people there, and we had all kinds of input from a lot of people. One of the people that came up to me afterward was a medical doctor in Duluth who said, you know what, I came here because I wanted to know more about the subject, but I want you to know that half the people that come to me come because they want medicine. They want a pain reliever because they're doctor shopping for that. I'm not going to describe exactly what he told me, but he thought they were generally shouldn't have come to him. They were just looking for something for whatever condition they thought they had or had. So that will happen with this issue, with this drug. It has happened in other states. Michigan, in their law, in the implementation of their law, they do include this language for a bona fide relationship between the physician and the doctor. It would improve the bill, and I ask that you vote green on the amendment and the amendment to the amendment.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly believe this is a common sense issue. I knew my dog came down with an incident, and I hate to relate this to my pet, but I knew exactly what my pet needed. So I called a veterinarian and asked him to prescribe me so I could get the drug that I needed for my dog. The veterinarian told me I could not get the medicine for my dog unless I had a previous veterinarian animal relationship. I had to go to a veterinarian to get the dog looked at. I had to have a previous relationship with my dog and my veterinarian. I believe that this really makes common sense, that relationship is established for our children and the people that are trying to get this care. It's a common sense amendment. Let's vote it in. Let's get it done.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment, to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. We're on the Barrett amendment. Further discussion to the Barrett amendment. Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker, I just rise to speak against the Barrett amendment. A couple of years ago I was in pretty good shape. I was running a lot, and it was time for the Twin Cities Marathon, and I was sitting, where I was at work, and my back kind of went out. So I had I had been to Dr. Abler. I don't know if you know him. He's in the house here with us. And I went up to Abler up in Anoka, and I could barely stand up on I think it was a Tuesday. And I went to him on that Tuesday, and he snuck me in. I went on Tuesday, and then I went again later in the week, and I ran that marathon on the weekend. I didn't win or do really well like Phyllis Kahn or Larry Hosh or one of those people, but I did it, and I did it standing upright and strongly. But with this amendment, I couldn't do that. I couldn't have went to Dr. Abler because I didn't go to my primary doctor, and he didn't refer me to Dr. Abler. I went to Dr. Abler on my own because I said, my back's sore. I didn't ask for that. I called him and I went to it. So I'm going to speak against the Barrett amendment. I just think it's really not called for, and it's just a bad idea. Roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 47 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second unofficial, as followed. The amendment is coded A44.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, when we were reviewing this in the Ways and Means Committee, I asked Representative Melin a couple of questions about who has access and whatnot to medical marijuana and on the job in particular. I am offering this amendment because I want to make sure that the citizens of Minnesota are safe, that our kids are safe, and that the people that have some pretty significant roles in their lives are not under the influence of medical marijuana. So in here, it calls for the suspension of licenses for teachers and peace officers and firefighters and healthcare professionals if they're operating under medical marijuana, and for also our child care providers, because as professionals, I think it's important for them to be alert and ready, and I would ask for your support on this amendment.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield for a question?
Representative Schoen. Yes, she will. Representative Schoen.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Anderson, in your amendment, line 1.6, after the 5, the first word is possession. Therefore, it is not just under the influence. Is that correct?
Representative Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, yes, that is correct.
Representative Schoen.
Mr. Speaker, if Representative Anderson would continue to yield.
She will. Representative Schoen.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Anderson, is it your intent that I, as a peace officer, during the course of my duty, may come in possession of this through my action, which appears to be prescribing this as a direction to the licensing board, not by criminal action, because I'm immune criminally for doing my job, but under the licensing board, it appears that you're telling me that now my license can be suspended if I have to come into possession of this. Or if I was a firefighter, if I was Representative Simonson in Duluth and responding to a medical situation and had to come in possession of this, or it was in somebody's pocket, or another healthcare provider, or even a teacher, because I know with my kids, when we've gone on trips or I've occasionally put their nebulizer or something in the backpack or brought it with, and I understand that. So what if something maybe were to be left with them and the teacher came in contact with it or had to deal with it? And I understand the direction you're going, but my fear is that the amendment isn't technically correct and could cause a lot of problems, and therefore I'd have to oppose your amendment, and I'd ask for a roll call.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Schoen, you can imagine my concern as a parent of his school teacher having possession of marijuana that children could access, or a child care provider having possession of marijuana and the children under their care having access. But not only that, those individuals who are charged with protecting and caring for our children should not be under the influence of marijuana. They should be alert and ready at all times. And you know why this is of most concern to me? Because there are children that suffer from medical issues, whether they have an allergy or some other health concerns. And if we have an educator or a caregiver that is operating under the influence and misses that key element that something might be wrong with that child, that gives me grave concern. I can't tell you how much this makes me worry. And Representative Schoen, this is why I asked these questions of Representative Melin in the Ways and Means Committee. This is why I have a problem with this overall. Because here we have an education bill that was miraculously turned into a medical marijuana bill through the Rules Committee. Then this same education bill gets tossed over to the Ways and Means Committee. But we only had an informational hearing with the true committees that should be looking at this issue in greater detail. And that informational meeting, was it just yesterday or 2 days ago? This is why the process for this bill has been completely backwards. Because if we're truly going to get to the heart of this issue and do good legislative work, we need to be thoughtful. We're not talking about just changing what our state bird is. We're talking about huge, significant policy for the state of Minnesota that is not going to just impact those people that participate in the registry, but it is going to impact every Minnesotan in this state. And I don't think it's too much to ask that we add this amendment to the bill. And I was actually hoping that Representative Melin would take this as a friendly amendment. She's going to go to conference committee, obviously, because the Senate has a completely different plan for this, and could address any concerns that you have on that piece, and we could do it there. But again, I mean, this is a crazy process that we have here, that this has just been rammed through in record time without appropriate people looking through it. So if we're going to legislate by the seat of our pants, let's at least try and add some fixes to this to make sure that we're protecting the kids of this state. Please vote green for my amendment.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Anderson and members. I would speak in opposition to the A44 Anderson amendment. Representative Anderson, I would direct you to the current limitations in the bill found on page 3, subdivision 2. This section does not permit any person to engage in and does not prevent the imposition of any civil, criminal, or other penalties for undertaking any task under the influence of medical cannabis that would constitute negligence or professional malpractice, possessing or engaging in the use of medical cannabis on a school bus, on the grounds of any preschool or primary or secondary school, or in any correctional facility. Vaporizing medical cannabis cannot be done on any form in public transportation where the vapor would be inhaled by a minor child who's not a patient, in any public place, or while navigating a motor vehicle. So, Representative Anderson, what your amendment does is take away the professional licensure of teachers, peace officers, firefighters, and healthcare professionals. So, for example, if a teacher had cancer and she had her medical cannabis in her purse and accidentally brought it to school with her, under your amendment, she would have her teaching license revoked and her profession taken away. She would be out of a job. If a firefighter had a child with a seizure disorder and he brought his child's medicine with him to work, he would have his licensure revoked, his profession and income taken away. I think those are pretty harsh penalties for some pretty sick people. We provide proper protections in the bill so that people cannot be under the influence of medical cannabis while they're in the workplace. I would ask that members just take into consideration how harsh these penalties are under the Anderson Amendment, that we're literally taking away people's livelihoods because they have their medicine in their possession, and I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Johnson B.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Schoen yield for a question?
He will. Representative Johnson.
Representative Schoen, I believe you may have misread the bill, or the amendment. In reading the amendment, it talks about possession not of somebody else's, not of your son's, but of your possession or being under the influence of medical marijuana. Being in law enforcement, it's very serious what happens. In a fraction of a second, law enforcement officers have the ability and the unfortunate situation where they might have to take somebody's life. I've been involved in that. It's a very traumatic thing to be involved in. When that happens, we have to be drug tested. We go through a number of tests. And if anything comes up in your system, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. If somebody's on even medical marijuana, or they're possessing it with their performing their duties, that is not evidence. Just like you cannot possess cocaine, but when it's evidence in a crime, the officer has the ability to take possession of that in the chain of possession for court purposes. Representative Schoen, my question to you is, what do you think would happen if you were involved in an officer-involved shooting and you tested positive for marijuana in the drug testing? What would happen in a civil action?
Representative Schoen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, Representative Johnson, you too had a great career in law enforcement, and you understand the devil in the details and what the words say and what they mean. Here it says on line 1.6, possession of or being, or, possession of or. And in this instance, I have never once said that it was acceptable for a police officer, firefighter, teacher, healthcare professional, or child care provider to be under the influence while at work. I also would find that unacceptable and deplorable. This is about licensure, not the criminal immunity we get while we're collecting evidence. And it doesn't clarify that in this amendment, and that is why I speak against the amendment.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Melin, it's current law that if you receive a felony, school boards can fire you. And under current law, if you possess marijuana on school grounds, it is a felony offense. So I am asking to make sure that we protect our kids, making sure that our school teachers are not under the influence while they are educating our children, and I ask for a green vote.
The clerk, Representative Yarusso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been kind of concentrating on the possession part of this. Meanwhile, I've been sort of asking around, I'm not a lawyer, the under the influence part, and it's not defined what that means in the amendment. So I've been asking, is there some general definition of under the influence? Because it seems you have to be under the influence of something. And part of the goal of the medical cannabis is that there would be medications that would be developed that would be low in THC, which it has the psychological effects. So my hesitation with this amendment is, make the personal story. My mother was a teacher. My mother had glaucoma.
Representative Yarusso, just 1 minute, please.
Thank you.
Representative Yarusso.
Thank you. My mother was a teacher. My mother had glaucoma. So we don't know what under the influence means in this amendment. So would that mean that my mother would have to choose between losing her eyesight or losing her license if a medication was developed that she could use? Does that mean that we got a little girl in the chamber here today that she can't go to daycare because somebody might have to administer the stuff to her there? Does that mean that an adult with a seizure order, whose seizure order becomes controlled because they have access to one of these medications, would not be able to hold any of these licensed professions, which maybe, frankly, might be the whole reason they're trying to get their seizures under control in the first place? And so I urge a no vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to belabor this, but I do want to help out Representative Yarusso. If you look at Representative Melin's bill on page 3 and starting on page line 7, there it highlights that she has in her bill under the influence of medical marijuana. And then it also prescribes that you cannot possess or engage in the use of medical marijuana on a school bus on the grounds of any preschool or primary or secondary school. So the concerns that you addressed are already in the bill. So if you're opposed to my amendment, certainly you're opposed to her bill.
Representative Yarusso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was not addressing having it on the grounds. However, in Representative Melin's bill, it doesn't only say under the influence. There's a modifier after that. That's extremely important because it clarifies what the meaning of that phrase is in that place. It says under the influence of medical cannabis that would constitute negligence or professional malpractice. But that is not present in the amendment.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Simonson votes no. There being 53 ayes and 70 noes, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
And Anderson S. moving to amend Senate File 2470. The second on official engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A45.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does is it adds into the line that Representative Melin has in her bill. She's listed school bus, that you cannot possess or engage the use of medical marijuana on a school bus. I add in there school van because, as many of us know, a lot of school districts use school vans for transporting smaller athletic groups or academic groups. So I want to make sure that the children are protected on the school vans as well as the school buses. It also makes the current law that we have in place for possession of a controlled substance, that also applies to any grounds of child care facilities. So it extends that to those areas as well, and not just our school districts. So with that, I ask for your support.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second on official engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded A46.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since it's supposed to be a study, it's supposed to be scientifically based, and since we're taking it outside the normal reins where there's protocols and federal statutes and etc. of how you handle these kind of things, I just feel that we need to make sure that they do a few appropriate things. One is that they do a R&R gauge study. So that's basically saying they make sure everything is repeatable and reproducible so that when they're doing it, they can trust the data in the study. They can trust that everything is above board. And, you know, if you're going to have something and give to a person that's going to impact their life, their health, you need to make sure that it's the right quantity and one dose to the next. So whether you're administering it or you're manufacturing it, you have to make sure everything is good quality control. The second part is every time I've been part of an experiment or part of a process that has something new, we try to highlight. We would use a different colored run card. We'd do some way of designating that this is not your normal process. And there might be a better color, but I grew up in a rural area, and automatically when you see blaze orange, you know stop. And it gets your attention, and then you can, once you have the attention, do the appropriate action. And so I think it's prudent to make sure that this is designated, since it's experimental, and noticeable so that somebody doesn't accidentally use or come in contact with something that they shouldn't. So that's the basis of this amendment.
Representative Yarusso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Quam has described a useful purpose, but there are a couple of difficulties with it as described and as the amendment is written. First of all, he said that we have to make sure that people get the right quantity. And the method that he has described, the gauge repeatability and reproducibility study, does not address whether the accuracy of the delivery. It is about the precision, which is about whether you get the same amount every time, not about whether you get the right amount. The other difficulty with it is that we are not determining who's going to decide what level of study this needs to be. And this is a rather general concept of a study, that the methodology, but how it's implemented can vary greatly, and the cost of that implementation depends on exactly what sort of statistical significance you're looking for. And so it could be anything from having two people do the same test on something a few times to a study that would involve hundreds of users, depending again on what sort of statistical significance you're looking for. So I don't know where we're aiming at there. If it was looking for any very tight statistical significance on this, you would have to involve the users as not just the manufacturing process. So I know that Representative Quam has a background in a method called Six Sigma. I know that this is a preferred method in the Six Sigma training that some people go through at some of their manufacturing companies and whatnot. But it's not the tool you have to use every time. And it's kind of like saying you should use a hammer without telling you if you should use a sledgehammer or a tack hammer or a ball and peen hammer or any variation on hammer that exists. It just says hammer. Well, this is the same kind of thing. If it's a tack hammer, it won't cost very much. But it could cost a lot, and that cost in this particular case would be borne by the user, by the patient, because that would be the only way we could pass on this cost. So before I could be in favor of this, which has a good, I'm presuming a good intention behind it, and I'm presuming also I would agree with the good intention behind it, I can't support it because it's vague. And I don't know how much it's going to cost, and I don't know what I'm going to get out of it for that.
Representative Quam.
Thank you. And members, I do have a little background. I used to manage a metrology group with Motorola. I've worked for IBM. Frankly, when you say R&R gauge study, that is it's like saying use a Kleenex. And that any company that's been through an ISO certification or any kind of quality process has a defined R&R gauge study. They believe in giving a product that's repeatable and reproducible. And it's not a definition of itself. It is referencing a process. And frankly, I've never been in a organization of where you had to go and say more than an R&R gauge study. But let's not get into the weeds on that. Let's get down to the importance. Is it important if you've got an infant, a child, that's taking some medication? Do you care if it's 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops? If you look at any medication package, they get very persistent as to what the quantity is, the time in between. But if you don't know what the concentration is, then how do you know what dosage you're giving? And if you don't have your equipment appropriately tested and verified, you don't know. And this isn't cat food. This isn't, ink for your paper. This isn't a dye lot. These are people's lives. So if you want to trivially, casually disregard normal quality, then you are disregarding that this is a serious topic. And this amendment is meant in a serious fashion. Because if we're going to do this, let's do it right. We bypass the FDA and all the processes that they've got set. We bypass, and we're probably not going to get Merck or one of the large pharmaceutical companies to be the manufacturer because of possible federal issues. Well, thank you, ma'am. So why are we taking the assumption that they're going to do it the same standards? I'm not. So let's make sure they do it right, or don't do it. This is not a game where you slap a bill together, not a game that you just, we'll pull it to this committee, then we'll move it over here, we'll haphazardly do a delete all, we'll have an informational hearing. There's a process we ought to do. And frankly, we've bypassed that process. And every time someone brings up any suggestion, it's a joke. I think not. I take this seriously. So frankly, sure, say that we don't have to have any quality control, that we don't care about whether the first dose, second dose, or 30th dose is the same, and ignore, normal standard processes. Just go ahead and do it.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I think Representative Yarusso and Representative Quam talked about the scientific aspects of the amendment. There's already lab testing in the bill. There's already a lot of safety and quality control measures in the bill. I'd ask for a red vote, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 47 ayes and Representative Lean votes no. There being 47 ayes and 73 nays. The motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson B. moving to amend Senate File 2470 as second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A47.
Representative Johnson.
Members, Mr. Speaker, this amendment deals with oversight. On one of my survey questions that I sent out this year, I asked about oversight with some of the State Department and the legislature. Almost 78% of my constituents want more oversight over some of these departments of the state by the legislature to make sure they're doing things right. This amendment gives us some oversight. Before the Commissioner of Health is allowed to decide what disease or type way the medical marijuana can be used by the person, they have to go to a joint House and Senate Health Committee just to get the approval. And so at that committee meeting, questions could be asked. We could have experts come in to talk about it to make sure it's the right thing to do. But seeing the way things are going around here, I'm going to save the time and just withdraw the amendment.
Representative Johnson withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson B. moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A48.
Representative Johnson.
Members, this amendment that I'm going to ask for your support on requires that the medication list all the active ingredients when it is dispensed. I think it's important to know what people are actually taking. There's a number of different components to marijuana, and I don't think a lot of people know what they are. And I do ask for your support for this amendment.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schoen moving to amend Johnson B. amendment to Senate File 2470 as follows. The amendment is coded 1236.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I share the direction that Representative Johnson is going with his primary amendment. My amendment asks it to be voluntarily received, simply looking at the fact that in some of the delivery methods and prepackaging, such as the syringes and whatnot, the way his amendment was drafted, I was concerned that it was possible it might be difficult to get those, all the active ingredients on a small package, and that I realize it says provide a list. If it had to be with every single one or not, that wasn't exactly clear. And so I just asked it to be voluntary so that it wasn't trying to put like a large book on every single piece. If this person had the same medicine every single time, they probably don't need to have it every single time if they don't prefer to. But if they do want it, I agree that they should have access to it. So I'd ask for a roll call and ask for your support on my amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, there's a reason that I had asked that the ingredients, the active ingredients, be provided to the people that are on medical marijuana. If you don't know, there's well over 400 active ingredients in marijuana. Just 66 cannabinoids alone. I drafted this amendment just so you understand what we're doing. The amount of chemicals that we're giving our children that we don't know about, that we don't know what they do. I have a lot of sympathy for these kids and these families, these people that are in pain, but we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Over 400 chemicals, that was what we're talking about.
Representative Johnson, just 1 second, please. Representative Johnson.
Over 400 chemicals that we're talking about that are in marijuana. Without letting the people know what's in there and making it voluntary, nobody would ask for it. Do we ask for what the ingredients are in our cereal box that we give our kids in the morning? No, but it's required to be there by law. It should be the same thing. But if this amendment goes on, it's from Representative Schoen, it wouldn't make any difference. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to withdraw my original amendment.
Representative Johnson withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson B. moving to amend Senate File 2470 to second on official engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A49.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Barrett already had an amendment dealing with this. It was voted down, unfortunately, because I do believe that the primary medical doctor should be the one that's dealing with this, so the patient gets the proper attention, the proper care. But since it's been voted down already, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Representative Johnson withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report it.
Johnson B. moving to amend Senate File 2470 to unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A51.
Representative Johnson B.
Members, this amendment limits the number of people to participate in this study. According to the fiscal note that we received on this, it was approximately 5,045 people that would be affected by this bill. My amendment limits it to 5,200 for this study, allowing for a few extra, for some that we might have missed, so we can get a true and accurate study on this. And I do ask for your support on this, so make sure that we have the right people involved in the program, and that it doesn't get overwhelmed, and that the manufacturer, the single manufacturer that we have, does not get overwhelmed.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I'd ask for a no vote on the A51 amendment. This limits patient enrollment, how many patients would be able to be treated with medical cannabis. I think that's unnecessary. I think that if somebody's healthcare practitioner certifies that they have a qualifying medical condition and that this medicine would be beneficial to them, I think they should be able to have access to it. So I would ask for a red vote and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to withdraw this amendment.
Representative Johnson withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Paymar moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A11.
Representative Paymar withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend Senate File 2470, the second unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded DE3.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And although it's not on topic, I just wanted to offer my apologies to the body and specifically to a member, my colleague, Representative Drazkowski. Yesterday I made a little joke about renaming a procedural motion. It was meant completely in friendship. Obviously, Representative Drazkowski is a very thoughtful legislator. He does his homework. No one in this chamber works harder than him. I did not mean it to be insulting or an attack or somehow indicative of any other slight that he was not able to work with people. He is not. He's a great legislator. I'm proud that he's in the state legislature, and I'm proud that he's on my team. So my apologies to you, Steve. I'll do my best to not make that mistake again. So now to the underlying DE3 amendment. Mr. Speaker and members, something that I think we can all agree on is what the root problem that we are being forced to address with today. And that root problem is that the federal government has a mindless, fact-free classification of marijuana as a Schedule I drug. The federal government classifies marijuana as the same thing as methamphetamine or heroin, with no medical value. Clearly, that is not the case. And the inaction at our federal level is forcing states, as they have the right to do, as independent autonomous states, to address these issues and fix them. So that's our root problem. I would like to thank Tim, Kendall, Pat, Rachel, Jim, and John. Those are all people across Minnesota who've been watching, who have emailed me during today's debate. I want to thank you for your kind comments and words. And Mr. Speaker, members, at this point, I would like to make the case for why, whether you are a supporter of medical marijuana or if you're an opponent of medical marijuana, why you want to vote for the DE3 amendment. And I will start, first of all, with something that both sides can agree on. The Senate bill, the DE3 bill, has had an open, thoughtful, and vigorous process. It has been open to public testimony, has gone through the appropriate committees, and has passed on a strong bipartisan vote of 48 to 18. That is meaningful. That matters. It is a better process than we have used for this bill, the House bill that's before us. By fault of no one, it is just a superior process that the other chamber has used. But to the opponents of the underlying bill, please allow me to make the case for you why you should vote for the DE3 amendment. First of all, the DE3 amendment saves millions of dollars. Second of all, it allows competition instead of a statutory monopoly prescribed in law. And third, there's a photo ID requirement to make sure that it's more secure for those who have this. Now, to those who support the underlying bill, let me make the case to you for why, in addition to the process argument, the DE3 amendment is a superior idea. First, it helps more people. And it helps it in three different ways. The first is through geographic distribution, so there's less of a burden for patients to acquire, to drive to those facilities, to go to them to get the medicine they need. Second, it has the appropriate qualifying conditions. It makes no sense to me that those who are in chronic pain, statutorily defined by a doctor, that we're going to prohibit them from getting the medicine they deserve to alleviate their pain. Keep in mind, these people are not on zero medication right now. They're taking strong opiates, addictive opiates. Those medicines right now produced by large pharmaceutical companies kill thousands of Americans every year through overdoses.
Third and finally, this has the DE3 amendment has an appropriate delivery mechanism for medication. If you look at one of the handouts that went out, you will see it's from a CNN article that talks about the entourage effects. And what the entourage effect says is that there's a reason why you can't synthesize the chemicals like you can with morphine, like you can with OxyContin, and put those into a synthetic form and deliver therapeutic remedies. It's because these elements in medical marijuana collaborate together, they work together to help alleviate pain, to help alleviate suffering. So it helps more people, it saves money, it's a better and open process, and it's the right thing to do. Now, let me dispel some of the myths to those who are either supporters or opponents. First of all, to opponents, if you feel like you are, by voting for the DE3 amendment, that you are advocating or supporting medical marijuana, I would say that's not true. You're not. What you're doing is you're voting to save money. You're voting for a more thoughtful policy. You're voting for a more effective policy. You're voting for a policy that, if it's going to be law, is going to be engaged in helping more people. And to those supporters who are maybe hearing some myths about why you should vote, why you should be opposed to this, you're a supporter, but you should vote against the DE3 amendment, please don't believe the hype that if you adopt this amendment, there's going to be no conference committee, that somehow the other chamber is going to jam the governor with this bill. That's not going to happen. It is too important of a bill. The other chamber is not going to do it. What it does is it stakes out the will of this body, and it gets the executive branch involved in future negotiations. No one's going to jam the governor. I'm not advocating for it. Neither are you if you vote for the DE3 amendment. Mr. Speaker, members, there is a, I guess this orange, what color is this? Peach, mauve, handout that highlights the bill as it was originally submitted today and the differences with the DE3 amendment. I would point out that the access points were modified by the Murphy amendment, but I would, to the best of my knowledge, I believe the other items are appropriate and accurate. So members, in closing, what you have before you is a bill that saves money, helps more people, is more thoughtful policy, and is the right thing to do. Nothing bad happens if you vote for the DE3 amendment. Nothing. You express your will, you express your vote as a vote of conscience, and we continue this process forward to have effective law in Minnesota. Mr. Speaker and members, I would ask for your support of the DE3 amendment.
Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, let me try to convince you to vote against the DE3 amendment. The reasons are many, but one thing is first of all and foremost is I'm a realist. I wasn't a big fan of this bill, everybody knows that, when it came out, but as it progressed and I seen how some of the kids suffered, maybe a good idea today would be we can't allow props in the House floor, but to have the kids come up and sit in their chairs like they were and watch them go through seizures like some of them were, and probably today as they sit there, would have been a good education for all of us. However, I balance that with my worry about law enforcement, and I want a very limited bill. And the reason I say we have to be a realist is if we pass a DE3 amendment, I think we put the bill in jeopardy. This body has got a long history of watching bills be presented and working its way through the process. And as we did, Representative Melin made a very good adjustment, one that she didn't like to make, but she's also a realist, and she doesn't want to put her bill in jeopardy. And so as she worked with law enforcement and came back on it and dialed it back a little bit, it became acceptable to them, the county attorneys, and also a certain groups of the medical association. Now, the history I'm talking about is when we see a bill come to the House floor that's been worked on and compromised, and we know it's a very tenuous bill, and any changes could jeopardize it, we usually stick with the author. And that's what I'm asking you to do today, and that's why I voted green or red and followed the author. It's not because I'm a big lover of the bill, and I agree that if parts of it is a mess, but I think it can be fleshed out. And I worry, it's kind of like the gun bill that we were presented with. What's the alternative? What could it morph into next year? And so sometimes it's better to jump on board and try to form a bill in the correct way, and I believe that Representative Melin has worked hard and long on this thing, and that we should support her in this effort. And I don't know if my support will stay, and I don't kid myself. Representative Melin doesn't need my support. There's probably enough votes to pass it. But if it came back quite a bit different, and those people that support it now drop off, then my support could drop off also. But as it is in this condition, I support it, and I would ask you to defeat the D3 amendment and stick with the author and send this bill over and hopefully come up to a good negotiation where you can actually get something done. Yeah, there's all sorts of rumors floating around out there about what the governor will or wouldn't do, and there's some of us that run out to get opinions in here and lifelines and texts. Now's the time to just make up your own mind, not rely on all the people if you don't know what you're going to do by now. So please support the bill, send it off, and hope for a good negotiation, come back in a shape we can vote for, and help out some kids and other people with grievous conditions. Thank you.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend his amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A65.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker and members, in the interest of, I know there was I talked with some members on the other side of the aisle, and they were concerned that this provision being in there, while it went through a thoughtful process, that it would be a good idea to remove it from there. It could gain some more support. So this removes the PTSD item in there, allowance. So I'd ask for members' support on the amendment to the amendment.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend the Garofalo amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A59.
Representative Anderson.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll withdraw my amendments, please, to the Garofalo amendment.
Representative Anderson withdraws her amendments. Did you say her amendments? Further discussion to the amendment. Representative, the Majority Leader, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, to the DE3. I want to begin by, thanking Representative Garofalo. While we disagree about the DE3, I think we agree that it is time for Minnesota to move forward with some version of medical marijuana for the people of Minnesota, and certainly for the people who are in the gallery. In the 8 years that I've been in the legislature, this is not the first time that we've debated this issue, and I think the experience that we have should shape our thinking. So for those of you who weren't here, twice since I've been here, this body has passed a more expansive medical marijuana bill over the objections of organized medicine and law enforcement and others. And twice it has earned a veto from the administration, not the current administration, but a past administration. And I think that if we want to move forward with an issue, we should heed the warning of that experience. And so as we are debating today, and I can tell, that this is definitely an issue that people are paying attention to, one that is irritating for some. I think that our obligation here is to think about our objective and understand what Minnesotans are thinking about it, but also those who will be impacted by it. And heed those warnings, but also pay attention to the experience that we have shared together in knowing what has happened to this legislation, like the DE3, if it moves its way through the legislative body to the governor's desk. I think that there is real momentum for something to happen this session. And I want to thank Representative Melin for doing the hard thing. And it is a very hard thing to move from an idea to a compromise that might not reflect all that you would want to accomplish, but that's what she's done with this piece of legislation. And I really want to call that out. As I think Lori Sturtevant wrote, it is the sign of a mature legislator, but it doesn't come without a cost. both in terms of our politics, but also in terms of that feeling you have on the inside that you're not accomplishing all that you wish you could accomplish for the people of Minnesota. And I think, I want to honor that and call that out. In her work on this piece of legislation, she has worked with the Department of Health, with the Department of Human Services, with the Department of Public Safety, and has gotten awesome technical advice, which has drawn the bill closer, made it more focused, a little more narrow, and as a result, I think that we are hitting that sweet spot of understanding not only what's happening in other states, what's possible in terms of a medication being delivered for people with qualifying conditions, delivered in pill form and in oil form, and the means to do it safely, securely, and in a way that Minnesotans can have confidence. If we're talking about medicine, and we are talking about medicine, really departing away from the idea of marijuana, as many of us grew up with, as an illicit street drug, but instead talking about a medical grade preparation, as they have shown, demonstrated, tested, a reliable medical grade marijuana that they've done in Colorado and other places across the state or across the country. We know now that it is possible here in Minnesota to deliver that medicine to Minnesotans. And we have worked very hard, I think, to earn the support of and the trust of the people in the gallery so that they understand that we have their good intentions in mind. But we've also earned the trust of and the support from, or the neutrality of, law enforcement, which I think is important for us, right? It is an important issue. If we're talking about making the transition from a street drug to a medicine, it would be useful to have the support of law enforcement, and we do. But more importantly, we are gaining the support of the medical community. That's real. It's important that we are earning the support of the medical community. The Medical Association and the nurses are both supporting Representative Melin's proposal. They don't support the DE3. It's too broad. Law enforcement doesn't support the DE3. It's too broad. It's too loose. And so while I respect Representative Garofalo's support for and desire to put that into law, put that before us for our vote, I do think it is Representative Melin's bill that has the greatest opportunity for passage into law, and therefore the greatest opportunity to help Minnesotans with severe, debilitating conditions, especially the kids who are with us today. We don't disagree on the goal. I think we disagree on the scope of the goal. And so I would ask members to vote down the DE3, to put the good before the perfect today, to make sure that we can accomplish something for Minnesotans, that we can learn from it through scientific inquiry, because there is that component of science and research involved in this piece of legislation, that we can do it in a contained fashion so law enforcement is at ease with it, but mostly so that we can get a medicine that we believe on the cutting edge of medicine, a medicine that will help relieve the symptoms of some of the people in Minnesota, 5,000 Minnesotans or more. I think we should put aside our differences over the scope of the bill, vote down the DE3 with all due respect, Representative Garofalo, and move forward and adopt Representative Melin's bill. And I'd ask for a roll call.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And first of all, I was actually kind of hoping there wasn't going to be a roll call because I wanted the people, if they're still here in the gallery, to see who was going to stand with them or not. But members, I want you to listen to what the argument against the DE3 amendment was. Is that somehow passing this better policy that saves money and helps more people puts passage of the bill at risk. Let me say it again. It's going to go to conference committee. There is no reason to vote no on this if you agree with the policy. If the bill was going automatically to the governor from here, I would agree with you. I would not be voting for the DE3 amendment. That's not where we're at in the legislative process. This bill will go to the Senate. It will go to a conference committee where it will have an appropriate deliberation. So I know I got a fairly good idea how the vote's going to come out on this, but I would just encourage members to please stay tuned and please continue to support this. And I would ask for members' support of the DE3 amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I had not intended to get involved in this debate,
but I think we need to be clear, and I think Representative Murphy did it well. Politics is the art of the possible. Leadership is about having a clear vision based on deep values, and then seeing how you bring people along with that vision in concrete steps to make that vision real. A green vote on the DE3 amendment is a vote to kill the hopes of families and patients across the state that medical cannabis will pass this year, and hope is on the way. A red vote is a vote to say we are willing to work within the constraints of what's real to make hope possible and concrete and move the issue forward as a matter of compassion, as a matter of legalities, and to get a bill that passes that responds to the needs of Minnesotans. Let's not pretend that a green vote is anything but killing this proposal this year. Let's listen to the Minnesotans who are asking us for compassion, who've brought their trials and tribulations before us and asked us to step up and lead. I ask for a red vote on the DE3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, after the last few speeches, I'm a little confused, and I wonder if the author would yield.
Which author, Representative Liebling?
Sorry, I'm talking about Representative Melin.
She will yield, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Melin, the question or the assertion's been made on the one hand that if we vote for the amendment, that we are killing the bill, or we might be, and on the other side that there will be the assertion's been made that there will be a conference committee and that there's still an opportunity to make some changes to the bill. Could you please tell us which of these is correct? What happens to the bill after it leaves the floor today?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Liebling. This is a Senate file, so what happens procedurally is this Senate file gets sent back to the Senate and they choose to either concur or not concur.
Representative Liebling. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 28 ayes and 97 noes, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2470 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Would the author yield for a question?
She will. Representative Gruenhagen.
Just back to the liability side, Representative Melin. I've been trying to pay close attention, and hopefully I didn't miss it. But so when a patient signs this slip of paper, which you talked about previously, the doctor's medical malpractice is off the hook, the state's off the hook. We're going outside the norm of approving a new medical treatment. And if something goes wrong, which we know medicine's a practice, not a perfection, where would the patient turn for liability as far as a negative consequence to the as a result of having the medical MJ administered to them.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Gruenhagen and members. I'm just looking for the exact language in the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Under Subdivision 11, protections for the registry program participation protects the patient from civil and criminal liability for their status as a patient in the registry. There's also a section in the bill that essentially requires the patient to provide a waiver acknowledging that this is a patient registry and acknowledging that there are certain risks associated with participating in such a registry and risks associated with using medical cannabis.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that answer, Representative Melin. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Winkler yield for a question?
Yes, he will. Representative Gruenhagen.
Now, Representative Winkler, you know I've complimented you on your style as an attorney, and although I don't agree with a lot that you and I don't agree on a lot here on the House floor, I once told you last session that if I needed a good lawyer, I'd probably hire you. Okay, but the point is, do you believe that these protections that are put in here are adequate in terms of liability and protecting the state or a doctor from a potential lawsuit if a negative effect happens here?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gruenhagen, I think the answer is yes, the protections are adequate. There is obviously a very strange thing going on in which a multitude of states are engaging in state-based action which is contrary to federal law, and we're not enforcing the federal law, and the states are engaging in this action, but that isn't really a civil issue. That is a matter of federal criminal law enforcement. But it seems to me that the states are carrying the federal government, it's their direction anyway, so I don't see a great concern here.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Representative Winkler, there wouldn't be if he'd yield for one more question?
He will. Representative Gruenhagen.
So you don't believe there's a law firm or lawyer in the state of Minnesota that if somebody experienced a negative effect from medical marijuana that would bring a suit either against the state or a medical provider for prescribing or administering it?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gruenhagen, first I would say that lawyers don't sue people, people sue people. And second of all, I would say that anybody can bring a case or claim if they want to, but I don't think that the challenge is likely to be very strong, particularly not necessarily because of this law, but as long as they are following the standard of care in their profession and are acting under the guidelines in this statute, they should be sufficient. And I don't think as a member of the legislature I have to give a disclaimer about not practicing law and giving you legal advice and you're not my client. But just in case my freedom of speech as a legislator doesn't encompass all of those disclaimers, I'd like to give them to you now.
Representative Gruenhagen.
As long as you don't send me a bill, Representative Winkler. No. I'd like to ask the Speaker a question, but I'll defer. But members, this is one of the concerns. I came here trying to find enough reasons to vote for this bill. But I tell you, this liability, so in other words, based on the responses I've had, and I'm open to being corrected, if a patient has a negative consequence from the administration of medical marijuana, they have little or no recourse legally in this state. And again, I think that's because we're going outside the norm of normal approval of medical procedures. And I think that's a huge hole in the bill. Again, if you can give me additional information on that, I'd sure appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Melin, I've been thinking long and hard on this ever since this bill started moving forward again. And I'm torn. I want to help these kids. I want to help these people. I came here today hoping to be able to support this bill. And I believe we had, if some of these amendments that our side of the aisle brought forward, to put the guardrails up to make this bill better, give us an opportunity to actually do a study and not a program, put some limits on it so we can help these children, I had no problem supporting this. But the process this bill took and the lack of consideration for this side of the aisle, for those who had problems with this, it makes it real hard to support. And it's real difficult for me to say that right at this time I cannot support this bill. I want to support it. But unfortunately, the guardrails that we tried to put up were not accepted. Guardrails that I believe were important to make sure that it's safe for our kids, safe for the people that are going to be participating in this program and not a study. Having an end date so we can make sure we're doing it right. And so that if something was not right, we could correct that at that time and move forward. It's just unfortunate how this went today. Members, I'm going to ask that you not support this bill and that we actually do it right. Thank you.
Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just a couple of minutes ago, Representative Murphy talked about the past efforts on this bill, and we ran up the pole and ran into the corner office, and it didn't pass. And so, like Representative Daphne said, we had nothing happen, nothing was solved, nothing was cured. So this summer, Representative Melin invited all of us to stop into the SOB and visit with some of her folks from a family with a beautiful young girl that's has some health concerns and issues that can be helped by this. Representative Graffalo was there when I was there, and a few others. And to know that we could actually help these folks to get something real. Is every answer answered? Perhaps not. But we could do this, and it'll be done, and these folks are going to get relief. The same kind of relief you would want for your own kids, for yourself, for everybody else. My interest in this thing was always kind of on the cancer side of it, to be quite honest. I had, it's Mother's Day weekend. My mom died 29 years ago, and I worked when I was in college, I worked in a hospice in England. It was one of the earliest hospices, and the concept for a hospice goes way back. It's a Roman Catholic kind of tradition, and to take care of the sick and the wounded and dying way back in the 11th century in the Crusades. And now we bring that forward and some of the modern concepts. And so here we have a chance to do, as the author said when she first got up, to do something safe, legal, medicine to offer relief to these folks. Everybody kind of, as a body, you ask, why you wouldn't, the information you need to vote for this. For me, and some of the people on my own team will think that I'm a little more emotional in my decision making, which I clearly am at times. And they always say, like legislators, getting to know each other. I enjoy getting to know all of you. And for me, the cancer thing, everybody says, oh, go to these, invite us all to a wing-ding. But I tell you, I get more connected with you, but hearing your personal stories and living your lives and hearing Representative Van Ansel, what he's gone through with this, with cancer and his family, and Representative Simon with his mother as well. And today, Representative Benson, I'm sorry about your wife. You know, this stuff's personal. This could be us. This could be our kids that are suffering. And when you look at those kids we had, I mean, I wish everybody could have been in the Rules Committee to hear what we had. Have we had have we been talking about it for thousands of hours? Probably not. But this is good work. This is something we can all go be proud of. And I'm pretty honored to be part of it. I really think Representative Melin, Representative Schoen bring in the law enforcement side of this. But I think as a body, you know, just by the grace of God, any of us haven't had a need that we've suffered from some of the pain that Representative Hansen talks about. But some of it's just by sheer luck. But that's all I had. I hope you consider supporting it. And I don't think it's not a least bit political to me, because I want it for your folks, I want it for mine. And please vote yes.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I've been here for 10 years. And when I was a freshman, this came up for debate as well. And I sat my children down because on line 3.1, I would qualify. My kids were in, you talk about being emotional. My kids were in 4th grade and 6th grade at that time. And I sat them down because it was important for me as a parent to understand how they would take a look at this. If we would then, I was using the terminology as medical marijuana. And my son, again, being in 6th grade, he said, "Dad, I think I could support anything that would make you feel better." And my daughter, without hesitation, snapped back and said, "Even if it turns Dad into a pothead," right? I knew right then and there, as a parent, through the eyes of a parent, that I would not support this. Now let's fast forward 10 years. My cousin's wife called me and said, "Rod, I understand what your position is on medical marijuana." She goes, "But I want you to do me a favor. Will you please call this woman? She's in Representative Melin's district, and they have a child with some medical issues." I did just that. I introduced myself, told her what my position was. She said that she realized that and understood it, but she also heard that I wasn't unreasonable. So we discussed the issues around that. Also had a number of parents come into the office, in which I'm so proudly able to occupy. There they are right there. And we were in tears. So they were sharing the story. And through the eyes of a parent, my position began to change. And I thank you for sharing your story. I had one caveat, one thing that was extremely important to me. And that was changing the terminology from medical marijuana to cannabis. And the reason why is I've been helping this young man who's addicted to heroin. And I've seen the struggles. And this kid, when he was in 6th grade, he won an award for a report that he did on drug awareness. And today he's 22 years old. And I said, even though we have opium-based pharmaceuticals, we don't refer to things as medical heroin or medical cocaine or medical meth or anything like that, so please. And I want to thank the author as well. Medicinal cannabis. I drove over to the University of Minnesota and I picked up my son, who's now a senior at the University of Minnesota. I called my daughter, who's a sophomore now, at the University of Iowa. Where does time go, right? My son's an econ major. My daughter is studying medicine down at the University of Iowa. My son works for the MS Society. My daughter's doing multiple sclerosis research. My son's 22. So I took the opportunity to go to a bar in Dinkytown with him, and we sat across the table from each other and ordered a beer. We started talking about this issue. I called his sister. I asked my son, I said, remember we had this conversation? When you're in 6th grade. I said, how do you feel about this issue? He said, Pops, I'd support anything. That'd make you feel better. Called his sister, the one that called me a pothead. I said, what do you think about this issue? And she said, you know what? It'd be great to have we need to understand the medical benefactors of cannabinoids. That's a big difference, right? A big difference. Through the eyes of a parent, I look at this differently. And I thank you. My son then laughed, and he said, Dad, you switch your position on this, they're going to call you a flip-flopper. And I said, son, you know what? As the information is presented to you, it's the responsible thing to take that information. And, there's some that would still believe the world is flat if they did not change their mind on issues. And then I went on to say that only a fool and a dead man never change their mind. I want to thank you for sharing your story. Representative Melin, thank you for taking the concerns that I had seriously. It's important to me as well. So I'm proud to be a flip-flopper on this issue, and you have my support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Yeah, I'm a flip-flopper too. I've been in law enforcement for 13 years. I worked assignments chasing the worst drug dealers that you could find. And Representative Melin came to me last year and said, I want to work on this. She said, here's my idea. And I looked at her and I said, well, I've been doing presentations on this for quite a while. And anything, this stuff that's going around the country, what a sham. And I looked at California, some of the other things, and I went, no, that's just a cover. But then, like Representative Hamilton, I said, I do got to listen. And so we sat down and visited, and she explained the bill to me and pointed out why this bill, even in the previous form, was going to be one of the toughest and strictest in the country. I signed on to that bill to tell the world that I know that we can maintain good public safety policy and compassion for the sickest Minnesotans. We talk about delivery methods and different things, and we've heard the discussion about Representative Garofalo brought up the opioids, and we did a bill this week to combat overdoses in that because they are so prolific and get prescribed so often. And we're afraid of what they might look like, or you can go bring your kid into the doctor and get a fentanyl lollipop if you go into the emergency room if they dislocate an arm. You can go into the doctor and get procedures done, and they'll give you medical cocaine to stop the bleeding. And I, too, the kid in Woodbury, his name's Wyatt, and my son's name is Wyatt. And I, too, like you, Representative Hamilton, would walk to the ends of the earth to do what I could do for them. The boogeyman on marijuana is coming out of the closet as a medicinal purpose. And I agree, and that's exactly one of the conversations I said, can't we just rename it? Because if you say marijuana, people get freaked. And in any medication we have out there, there is illicit use. It gets diverted a lot, but that doesn't take away the fact that we can take care of and help people. I truly believe we're taking a step in the right direction to help and have compassion. Thank you for letting me be a part of this, Representative Melin. It really truly has been one of the most emotional rides, because I believe we've done a lot of good this year in the healthcare area, and we're going to take another step forward to helping even more Minnesotans, and we're going to keep some of our kids in our neighborhoods now so they don't have to move. I urge a green vote.
Representative Dean, M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And to the advocates, thank you for your efforts in bringing forward a legislation. Thank you to the advocates on the Democrat side and on the Republican side. It is a very emotional issue, particularly when we are trying to help folks, young folks in particular, in great need, people with great physical challenges, to relieve those ailments and to relieve suffering is a very human, compassionate thing to do, and it is a very good thing to do. It is something that is noble, and it is something that we should always try to do. And it is also something that we should be very humble about in our actions. And I think that when we are speaking on behalf of this and on behalf of the folks who are suffering, and to do so compassionately, I think that is a very noble thing to do. And as someone who is opposing the bill and is opposing it consistently, it is a very difficult position for me to stand and to state why I'm opposed to this particular legislation and why I will be voting no. But I also think that it's important to do so, and to do so with some thoughts. Number one, if you are voting for this bill, and many of you will, and it will pass, I know that each and every one of you who vote green are going to do so for the right reasons. You are going to do so to alleviate suffering, and you're going to do so with compassion and for the right reasons. And I respect that, and I honor that, and I will respect the vote as it comes out of the chamber. I would also just want to point out that as we do so, we need to be mindful. Again, as I spoke on the House floor yesterday, you noticed that I wasn't voting. Everybody was coming, why aren't you voting, Matt? And I said, I don't want to do things on the House floor that we shouldn't be doing. And I felt we were doing that yesterday, and I felt like we're doing that again today. We're doing the work of the Food and Drug Administration. We're doing the work of physicians, of folks who probably know more about the prescription of medications than I do. and that we all do. And that is the reason that I was reticent and stayed off the board on many of those, because I really feel like we're doing something here we shouldn't be doing, once again, as we were doing yesterday. I also feel that the process was moved in such a way that we're moving this bill and changing it in ways and means, and we're trying to do the right thing and trying to get it in a way that it can be signed, and we're doing things very, very quickly. And I know particularly for newer members, we want to find a way to get it done, and whatever it takes to get it done, we just need to get it done because we've got a good reason to do that. And our rules are set up in such a way that it makes it very tough for us to pass laws, and that is a very good thing. And I just want to point that out. It's been brought up that medical marijuana has been passed in other states and that they've had great difficulty, states like California, and that much of the problems that they have had in California we want to try to avoid here, and many of the authors have tried to hammer away at some of those problems. But I would say that each and every legislator who voted for this in California had the goodness in their heart and compassion in their heart when they did that. And those consequences are being felt today in California, and in very many tragic ways that began with a good and compassionate vote and a good and compassionate heart. I would point out that there are some provisions within this bill that give wide latitude to the commissioner that will allow the commissioner to change the way that this can be delivered and who can get this medicine. We're giving that to a person who's not a physician, who's an appointment from the governor. I think that's a bad precedent. We're including lots of qualifying conditions such as cancer, glaucoma, Tourette syndrome, and others. But then we're including also severe and persistent muscle spasms. That is kind of vague and ambiguous, and I didn't want to ask the author to yield, because this is like your 12th huge bill in the last week, and you're been working very hard, and I don't mean to do that, and we don't need to do that on the floor. But I want to point out a couple of things before I sit down of some great concerns that I have had, that the medical community has had, that the law enforcement community has had, that really are not resolved. And so it is with that that I will conclude. But I also want to do so in a very respectful manner. I want to do so particularly with the advocates and also with the folks who are going to be voting green today, but also with the folks who are going to be here many, many years from now, that we may be dealing with this again, and to think long and hard about that which we do not know before we vote. Thank you, members.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate Representative Melin on the work she did getting this bill in a shape where there is a greater likelihood that it will become law. I know she made a lot of sacrifices and that the bill isn't as strong as many representatives would like. I rise only to acknowledge two constituents and neighbors of mine, Beth and her 2-year-old daughter Harlow, both of whom are here with us in the gallery, probably looking down at my bald head. Harlow suffers from Dravet syndrome, a rare seizure disorder. When I met Harlow, one of the medications she was on was Valium. As a parent of young kids, seeing a 2-year-old who could barely keep her eyes open because of the side effects of the medication she was on had a profound effect on me. Even in the bill's scaled-back form, it would provide relief to many people like Harlow without the side effects, and I am proud to support this bill.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And it is a tough time, a tough bill. And there are things that I've looked in my life, and we all do that to compare and see what's happening. Less than a year ago, my mother was diagnosed with terminal cancer and passed away. She had medication for the pain. Some of that was in a liquid form when she could no longer swallow pills. And we had to be very cautious with wearing gloves and absorption through the skin. And that was part of the reason why I brought forth that amendment to, for the people working around, to make sure that if you're, developing this stuff, that we have precautions, protections. I'm wearing the MS pin. Worn it, on and off for a few weeks. My wife has MS. There are a lot of personal things that hit. And I've tried to look at this bill independent of feelings, but in how would you do this correctly, appropriately. The blaze orange, I saw a tweet, but, that was meant with the heart of, making sure that, we had safeguards. We made sure that if we were doing a study, etc., the R&R gauge, we had a conversation in back, and, it was a little bit in the weeds, but it was meant in a heart of how can we make this right, best, and good. Because I'm not alone in knowing people that could now or in the future need or have in the past have used some product, active ingredient, to better their lives or make it easier for their passing. But when we do this, we've got to try and do our best effort to do the best job and have the most thorough and complete bill. And I know we've had a lot of back and forth, and this one has never been a party line thing. It's been a lot of different viewpoints about what is best. And when it's said and done, whatever we pass, it was, and I trust, from a heart of trying to do good. And whether we vote for or against, I will judge not anyone here for their motives, because I think everyone on this topic has done due diligence and tried their best for the citizens. And I thank you for being part of the process.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to thank Representative Melin and the people who have worked on this a lot. I know it's been a tiring issue, and I really appreciate all their dedication. Most importantly, I know that we can kind of get, into this place, and we understand how it operates, but for so many of the families, and I really want to thank you and all the people that have been involved, the citizens that have come down here, taken time out of their lives, and for a lot of these families, they're facing incredible hardships dealing with loved ones that have some serious conditions that they're having to deal with on a daily basis. And for you to take the time and to be down here and to work and to continue to keep that pressure on, I know that hindsight's 20/20, and looking at this, there's probably 100 different ways that we could have moved this forward and looked at it, and things that we would have done differently. But I just want to thank you for your patience, for all of the work that you've done to be involved. I know that the Capitol and the legislative process can seem a little bit frustrating at times, but it's because of the work that you've done that we've been able to keep this moving forward. And so if I can just ask, too, that I know you've given so much, but please give a little bit more as we continue to finish this process out, and we're going to get this done. So thank you.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And to Representative Melin, I want to compliment you for your work involved in this bill and your ability and willingness to change what was your original bill. And I speak specifically of eliminating the smoked version of marijuana and eliminating that from it. So we're actually would be, if this gets passed, I believe the first out of about 23 who recognize that the smoked version of marijuana or cannabis leads to many bad things, and those bad things override the benefit of having that. So I truly, sincerely compliment you for that, and I compliment the body as well. I think all of us look at this issue from various perspectives. We all want the best for our state, and reminds me of a prayer I wrote down on March 4th that was heard in the body here. And it really was profound, and I wanted to write it down because I wanted to share it with you at the right time. And the prayer just said, "You hold the well-being of Minnesota in your hands." And so we all take that seriously regardless of where we come from. We look at things differently, and we should. That's our role here, look at things differently. So if you'd indulge me a minute, I don't talk a lot on the House floor, but I would like to just say a few things to the moms and dads who haven't been mentioned, but the moms and dads with kids with epileptic seizures. I'm actually happy for you at this stage in the process. I'm happy for you. Who wouldn't be? Because of what you see every day in your family and how that hurts you as a parent, but more importantly, hurts your child, who you care for and love deeply. So I'm happy for you. I say that from a perspective of my own that I want to share with you that I think is appropriate. You know, my daughter, when she was about 5 years old, she came home from Montessori school when we lived in Big Lake, Heritage Montessori School in Big Lake. And she was walking funny, and she was walking on the outside of the shoe, and the teacher said, "You guys got to go into the hospital to get your child looked at because it just isn't right." So we went down to Gillette, Dr. Gage. I don't know if anyone knows Dr. Gage, but what a tremendous individual he is. He's retired now. But he got her up on the table and said, well, she's got something called ligamatosis laxity. It's something I had never heard of, and one of the reasons I want to share it with you now is in case this situation is happening to you or your kids, you might have a definition for it because, and I'll get to that in a minute. So he said she's got this. What it means is when you're a baby, your ligaments are very soft and appropriately so, and when you get older, they tighten up and you walk straight and you have a good gait, and that's important because if you don't have a good gait, it puts pressure on your body. And after a while, you could have a chronic problem. Well, then, so she got down, my 5-year-old got down off the table, and he put my wife, or he wanted to put me up there. I said no. So he put Judy up there, and he looked her over, measured her leg and how it went, and yeah, she got it from you. You have it. You have ligamatosis laxity. Well, that was 20 years ago, and that was 15 years after my wife first had chronic pain when she was a teenager. She had no idea what it was. Her parents didn't know. She went to a few doctors, didn't know. Until then we came along. I came along and I said, we got to find that out. You can't be in chronic pain your whole life. So anyway, process, we went to doctor, and nobody could tell us. Well, finally, 20 years later, so Dr. Gage found out why. So for our daughter, he said, well, you can leave it alone and she might be okay, or you could have surgery. Surgery would require breaking both her femurs, turning them, and breaking an ankle and turning it back because she was over-rotated, whatever that means. The thing is, that was elective surgery that we had a choice to make, and we'd have to put our daughter under anesthesia to see if it would work, and it might not work. We elected to do that, so I apologize for the length of this, but I know parents have had much more, and kids, unfortunately, have had much more negative things happen to them than this. But it's a very humbling process to watch and see your daughter go under anesthesia because, as a parent, you are responsible for them. And you take that role pretty seriously. And when they go under, you realize you are no longer responsible for them at that moment. You transfer that care to the doctor. So it's humbling, but the point is we made that choice. We made that choice and we didn't have to. It was elective surgery. We could have said, you know what, either A, can't afford it, B, it won't work, or C, live with it. And we chose not to. So for all you up there, I totally, maybe I don't totally understand, but I empathize with you and where you're at. So I commend you for that. Now, to my wife, they said, well, Dr. Yates said, well, you could have the same surgery, but we'd have to do it one at a time. And instead of a 3-month process where my daughter's legs were immobile, we carried her to the bathroom, she was out of school, it would take you a year for each leg and probably wouldn't work. Sadly, we chose not to. And I kind of regret that myself, even though it was my wife's decision. But because she is in chronic pain. She's 30 years of chronic pain every day with her back. To tell you how bad it is, when she gave birth to our first child, a minute after, and why a new dad with their first child would even think of this is weird, but I did. A minute after she gave birth, I said, what's worse, your chronic pain or giving birth? 1 minute after she gave birth, she said, by far, my back, because at least giving birth, she knows that the blessing that is to have a child in front of you and your pain ends. But her back, I've carried her to the bathroom. She every day, every night, she lays on a heating pad. And so she would be ripe for a medical marijuana. Then she hasn't. She decided not to use opioids or anything like that because she just doesn't want to get addicted. There are families, and some addiction is hereditary in many cases. Some it's not. But when you have a background, you want to question whether you should be doing that, whether the pain it would be worse than having pain and having addiction. So her choice, she decided not to. A long story to say that I empathize, and we all look at this from a different issue, and luckily I've been healthy. But the issue of unintended negative consequences is real. I wish it wouldn't be. It's real. It's real in our country. And it's that perspective then I look at this, in addition to all the benefits that would happen. You have to weigh. You have to weigh the good and the bad. You have to say, is this a reasonable approach, and will this provide more good or bad? And I'm not going to convince anyone, so I'm going to be really brief. But we as a country are more addicted than any other country in the world. We, for whatever reason, whether it's drugs, whether it's food, whether it's whatever, that's who we are. And so we have people who choose to use a product to an unnecessary, unhealthy level. And that's real. It happens regardless of medical marijuana or not. But they're out there. There are millions of people. Alcohol being number one. It's a legal drug. Marijuana, the most addicted illegal substance. 10% of people who use it will become addicted. If you're younger, it goes up to 16%. If you're a daily user, it's up to 25%. There are a lot of stories, hidden stories. We don't quite talk about that issue a lot, although we have in this session a lot. We've talked about synthetic drugs. We've talked about our card, get out of jail free card. We've talked about the Steve's Law. So we are aware of it, and I hope we become more aware of this issue because it's out there. So many people, unfortunately, in our country choose to use alcohol or drugs to an unnecessary and unhealthy level. And they become addicted, they abuse it, and it affects their family greatly. I've often said that every family in our country, and I'm probably overstating it, but probably not by much, either has mental health issues in their family, in their genes, or addiction, or both. And for those that know what I'm talking about, you can understand the pain to that family for addiction and abuse. So that's the other side of the coin that I mentioned earlier. And just to reiterate that point just for a second, and again, all I'm trying to do here is inform. I'm not trying to persuade, because I think our minds are made up based on how we see the country in our state. But I want to just point you to one document, and I won't belabor the point, but it's a document I passed out earlier. It talks about marijuana prevalence, perceived risk. And that is the risk that people have in this situation. I'm talking about kids who perceive something as either good and healthy or bad and unhealthy. And it relates particularly to illegal drugs, but also nicotine, smoking, alcohol, cocaine, all kinds of things. Well, right now, kids in our country are perceiving marijuana to be not as risky, if you look at this document. And you look at the 1980s and 70s, past year use was going up until about 80, 81. Perceived risk was low. They are in correlation. If a child perceives something as unrisky, not risky, they will do more of it. If they perceive it as risky, they will do less of it. These are people, families, kids in our state, in our country, that are using marijuana right now more than they have because of the perception of that. Now, I believe in part it's because of medical marijuana. Again, I believe my position has changed. I used to be over here saying, no way. I've looked at it. I'm not an expert, not a doctor. The experts need to look at it and weigh in. But I have changed my position on it, but I still understand all the families affected by addiction. And as we as a country look at marijuana as something more benign, I'm not saying anyone in here, I'm saying generally speaking our country, and as our perceptions and our communications to kids are that marijuana is okay, generally, kids will use more of it, and that's clear by the evidence. And kids use marijuana much more than any other illegal drug. Synthetic marijuana is next, and a bunch of prescription drugs are after that, which, again, is unhealthy. I'm not saying that that's healthier. It's not. So I want to end with one because, again, we look at people, we want the best for people, and we need to look at both sides. I want to end with this because an 18-year-old man from my district emailed me, and he said, "Bob, why do you believe I am a pothead?" Well, I never said, I never had any communication with him, so I've never said that, but he put those words into my mouth because of what I've said, generically speaking. Well, he told me he was a clinically diagnosed clinically depressed 18-year-old. And I said, so I replied in email, I said, "Boy, I empathize with you. I hope you're getting the help you need. I hope you have a plan in place to help you understand that diagnosis and move from it, to understand it and work your plan." Well, his plan was marijuana, illegal marijuana, not medicinal. I'm worried about those people. I'm worried about those people that self-diagnose, and whether it's here or in Colorado, every state in the country has this issue. I'm worried about those kids who are unnamed. They're out there. They're in the millions, thousands anyway, who have stories, and their stories will lead to a life of addiction. And I just want the body to know that. I want the body to know that that is the other side of kids who, unfortunately, will become addicted. Now, to this issue and this, what we're trying to do today, the FDA, and this is an area where I don't think a lot of people understand, the FDA has approved Marinol. It's a pill form, a synthetic marijuana version for use. You can buy it now for the right diagnoses. Sativex is another form that the FDA is in third stage clinical trials of. That's an oil that is currently legal in Canada and the UK. And it's in third stage trial, which apparently is right next to approval. There's no guarantee, though, because FDA trials are expensive and time-consuming, appropriately so. There's also a third drug, which I forget the name of, related specifically to folks who don't need the THC but need the drug. So our FDA is looking at this, and they're working hard to approve medicines for these situations. Many of you may not know that, but that is happening, maybe not to the degree it should. Anyway, I've said enough. I empathize with the moms and dads and the kids. But unfortunately, in looking at the other side, I do see so many negative unintended consequences of this bill. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Barrett. Representative Myra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Last summer, I was appointed as one of 2 House legislative liaisons to the Minnesota Youth Council. Last fall, the Council did a survey of Minnesota youth, asking what were their top concerns. The survey came back. One of their top concerns was substance abuse. The beginning of March, the Council presented their premiere showing of a movie that they had made, The State of Using. I believe all the members received the link. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to view it. The movie traced the journey of Minnesota youth with substance abuse. It was very sobering. The Minnesota teens, Noah, Leon, Alex, Kanesha, Matt, and others, spoke about using marijuana, starting abuse with smoking weed. They shared about devastating multi-generational abuse. They talked about opportunities lost, their lives destroyed, ruined relationships. Matt shared how mental health issues and his addiction to marijuana culminated in his trying to take his life. Leon said, "I didn't want to live anymore." Alex said, "I tried to commit suicide over the weekend. I failed all my relationships in my life." Mr. Speaker and members, Columbia University researchers found marijuana abuse and dependency almost twice as high among youth in states with medical marijuana laws compared to states without such laws. Mr. Speaker, Representative Slocum, I want to thank you for the bill that you presented in Education Finance. It was a measure for sober high school funding. Do you recall that? I appreciated your bill and I supported it. Your testifiers, they really touched my heart, particularly the young man and his mother. I asked the question of the director of one of the sobriety high schools, what was the need? Would Representative Slocum yield to a question, please?
She will. Representative Myra.
Representative Slocum, do you recall what the director said as far as the number of new cases of youth having to seek treatment for substance abuse each year? Do you recall?
Representative Slocum.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, off the top of my head, no, I don't. I know we went from 7 recovery schools to 4, and that it was woefully underdone. But I would like to bring us back to the bill that we're talking about right now, please.
Representative Myra.
Thank you, Representative Slocum. The number of members was 4,000. 4,000 of Minnesota youth going into treatment for substance abuse. And if you look at the handout that Representative Barrett passed out, the abuse, substance abuse, is skyrocketing among youth in the area of marijuana. I would have liked to have seen Representative Newberger's safeguard amendments go on the bill. Since they didn't, after listening to the concerns of the youth, the Minnesota Youth Council, the Columbia University researchers, and concerned school counselors, I cannot support this bill. Thank you.
Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, first I want to thank Representative Melin for her work on this issue and helping move this issue forward. You know, I'm not the type of guy with my background in law enforcement that you'd expect, and I think Representative Schoen is also the type of guy that you wouldn't expect that would be supportive of this bill. For me, 18 years ago, when I spent 2 years on the heart transplant waiting list, and my family was told that we were never going to get a heart transplant because my immune system was too high because of my other surgeries. They said, there's only one thing we can try. We're going to try an intensive, everyday dose of chemotherapy. And we're going to try to lower the immune system so low that we can put in a heart that doesn't match, and hope that your body won't kill it and that you'll be able to survive. And so I took the pill the first day. I was 15 years old, and I remember thinking, the pill is called Cytoxin. If toxin is in the word, this is not going to work out well. And members, it didn't. I lost 40 pounds in 30 days. By the end, I was throwing up 15 to 25 times a day. I would wake up throwing up. I would fall asleep throwing up. I would beg and beg for anything to make me stop throwing up. And so what would make me stop throwing up is not eat. After the first month of the chemo, all my taste buds went numb. That pretty much never came back. So you try to drink enough crap and eat enough sugar so you can actually taste something. Kind of works. Members, I've never been so hopeless in my entire life. My mom, we're getting close to Mother's Day, my mom stayed with me at the hospital for 5.5 months. I was in the basement of Abbott Northwestern Hospital in the cardiac intensive care unit, Station 10, in that ICU room for 5.5 months. She never left once. And after the first month, the daily routine would be me throwing up and her crying, begging me to try to eat. You're losing too much weight. You're wasting away. You have to try to eat something. And she would sob and sob. And I felt like a failure because I couldn't. I couldn't keep fighting. I couldn't keep going. And I was ready to give up. And members, that's where a lot of these people are at right now. And I think we can worry about unintended consequences, and I think we can worry about some of the specifics in the language. And I do. I have some concerns about this language. I have significant concerns about some of the earlier versions of this bill and the bill in the Senate. Members, but I think for me, I feel like for a moment I was there without that hope. And I'll tell you what, when this first came to HHS policy, I was torn, and I called my mom, because mom knows best. And my mom said, Nick, how could you not help people that are so desperate for help? She said, when you were 15 and you were in that condition, I would have done anything to help you out. You're my son. And so, members, we have an opportunity. I understand we won't be helping as many people as Representative Melin originally intended, but we're going to help some, and we're going to really impact lives. And I think, Representative Melin, that's something to be commended for. And I think there are concerns, and the language isn't perfect, but we can figure that out, members. For this bill, for this version, today, members, for these families, I urge a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is what we came to this chamber for. This is why it's hard. So imagine for a moment that you're neither Democrat or Republican, but you're a parent, grandparent, or brother or sister. And you've got someone like Representative Zerwas was, who might not make it through the rest of the day. Now, I haven't personally had to go through that, but I have a constituent who has. Just like Representative Hamilton, this is not easy. These are not easy decisions that we're making because they impact lives. And in as much as we want to do the best for everyone in this state, sometimes I think we overthink the issue. This is about the welfare of delivering something that can make the life of young or old better. We've heard a lot about perceived risk, and I would just offer this. I think there is a perceived risk sometimes that no is the easier option. But in saying no, it delays for some of these families. They can't wait another day. Sorry. I've known enough women, I've known enough children who've suffered from any number of illnesses. I came to this floor this morning pretty sure where I stood on this matter. And then I went down to the rotunda and I greeted about 100 4th and 5th graders from Westwood Elementary in Prior Lake. And I looked into their eyes. And I thought to myself, if that was my son or daughter, and they wanted something to ease their pain so that they could eat, so that they could sleep through the night, so that they could see Thanksgiving or Christmas one more time, this bill is not perfect. I think we all understand that. Take the hat off from that side or this side and think about your family, your neighbors. To the families in the gallery, yes, this is a very emotionally charged discussion. But isn't most of the things that we talk about in this chamber that really matter? You could hear a pin drop in here right now. That's how serious this is. Other days, the speaker has to gavel his quiet. Not that those are less important, but it's weighing heavily on each one of us in terms of how do we do the right thing. This is where we earn the support of our constituents, rightly or wrongly. Wherever you vote, you're going to have to go back to your district and explain your position. There's no right or wrong answer on this one. But there will be a day when we look back in time and wonder if it was the right answer. Thank you, Representative Melin. You're carrying life, and you're caring about life. Thank you.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Melin, for all your hard work on this legislation over the past year. I remember starting off at the press conference, and compromise is hard, and that's kind of what I wanted to focus my conversation on with you today. And we all come in here with ideas that in our minds may be perfect, but in dealing with our colleagues, we may find out that they have concerns, a lot of which we address, and very few bills become law. And I am so proud of the work Representative Melin did in sticking it out to find that compromise for the families up in the balcony and the other Minnesotans who will benefit from this law. Thank you.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Melin, for carrying this bill. I just wanted to get up and talk about this. I've been listening to the discussion all day long, and I feel like I've been crying all day long when I hear the stories. Representative Benson and his wife, and actually when I first met Representative Benson, realized that we had something in common, and that I had breast cancer about the same time that his wife did. And can't explain why I'm still here today, and I still feel so sad that he lost his wonderful wife. And I've talked before about my son and what he's gone through, and I can very much empathize with these families, because there were times when Nick had seizures so severe that they had to put him in a deep coma to stop them, to spare his life. So I do understand. I do understand. I am also a breast cancer survivor, and a lot of times when I listen to Representative Nick Zerwas, I feel like his mother and I were sort of living a parallel life in different issues, but kind of going through the same things. And I think that Nick is about the same age as my son, and probably were in the hospital at the same time. But I did chemotherapy, and I can tell you from a very personal standpoint that it was not fun at all. And that nausea that you get with those drugs, and I had Cytoxin as well, is not fun. But I do still, with all of that, oppose this bill, and for the simple reason that I'm just not convinced that we have studied this enough and that we know the long-term consequences. And I really feel uncomfortable making a decision based on emotions, and I'm a very emotional person. As Representative Dean said, we have the FDA, and I don't always trust the government for everything that they're doing, but I, in this case, really believe that's a good system, and it's worked very well for all these years, and it's given us the drugs and medicines and things that we have today that have helped my son and that helped myself. And if we don't know the answers right now to the long-term consequences, I don't want to be here in 5 years apologizing for voting for something that now we know has hurt people that we were trying so desperately to help. And so I just wanted to stand up to explain why I cannot support this bill, even though I do appreciate so much, Representative Melin, how you're trying to help these folks. I do thank you for that. Thank you.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Just a few thoughts. This has been a really hard decision today. I think I've gone back and forth several times. The amendments kind of played a part in that. But I just have a few comments. I think what Representative Dean explained in terms of taking the time to stand up and just give a little thoughts as to why your vote is coming down the way it is. Because we each have to make individual decisions today. It's not easy. It's not for lack of compassion. I just want to talk about a couple of things. One, one of the issues that a lot of folks talk about in terms of voting against this today is as we look at the addictions that our society is facing and the liability that marijuana has in that, and subsequently how medical cannabis could possibly play into that. And while I think that that is a very valid conversation, I think it's an important discussion to have. I think it's something that weighs on all of us as policymakers. I think there's a couple important things to think about with that issue, members. First of all, if any of you have sat through any of the committee hearings on this issue, you've had some of the parents come before you whose kids are suffering from some of these epileptic disorders, some of these sicknesses, and they will line up the drugs that their kids are currently on, or adults currently on, to manage their sickness. And they will give you examples of the side effects of those, and their livers are getting slowly killed off, and their kidneys are going into failure, and it's having tons of side effects on legal drugs that the FDA has approved. And I think that why part of this is so hard is it's such a backwards conversation, members. We're struggling with how legalizing medical cannabis could contribute to the war on drugs and to addiction, while at the same time we don't call into question the things that we're stocking the shelves with that we know are leading to the heroin addiction and the heroin deaths that are skyrocketing in this state. Now, am I saying we should go and look at those and take those off the shelves? Not necessarily, but I don't think what the FDA has and has not approved should act as our stamp of approval as to what is best for these kids in some of these cases. I think that we're looking at a situation out in Washington where the FDA and NIDA, some of these organizations that we rely on for this information, the lack of evidence on this issue is shocking and extremely frustrating, which is why I signed on to Representative Loeffler's resolution to Congress to really try to move the ball forward on making NIDA, making the FDA take a much more serious look at cannabis. But in lack of that information, members, we don't have much of a choice here with that not there. We've talked about lack of research, lack of evidence, long-term effects. It's not that people don't want that information. It's that the organizations that we rely on for that information are not providing it, which puts us as policymakers in a very difficult position when our constituents are begging for something or asking for something for relief. So I just think that that's an important point. The lack of data, members, isn't because kind of by default it means that there's no data or that there's nothing to support that cannabis can be helpful. It's because the organizations we rely on that for are not doing the job when it comes to this particular issue. Members, I also just want to talk about the addiction piece in the sense that I think we all know. Many of us have been to some of the Teen Challenge banquets. We've heard the stories of addiction and how it happens, members, but to assume that by simply legalizing or making illegal any particular substance, that that's a step in the right direction in the war on drugs. Members, we've been waging a war on drugs for 40 plus years, and we have not moved the ball hardly at all when it comes to addiction rates. If nothing else, it is much worse today than it was 40 years when we started this war. So I think to talk about the fact that by legalizing medical cannabis is going to somehow make it even worse, members, I don't think that that's necessarily something that can be held up. I think that we all know that addiction is a symptom of much bigger issues in our society. It's the breakdown of the family. It's kids who need their moms and dads. It is kids who need better support structures. It is a lack of mental health in our society. The addiction is just a symptom of that. And so I guess this argument of the increase in addiction doesn't carry, I understand that it plays a part, but it doesn't carry quite the water that it once used to. As I've been around here and I hear the issues that kids are facing and what leads to their addiction, members, drugs and what's legal or not legal doesn't play a part much any more than many of the other societal factors that lead to addiction. And we all carry that weight. Finally, I just want to point out, I recently listened to a podcast. It was talking about organizations that lead and thrive and do well in their organizational structures, and talked about what leadership looks like in that, and said, when you get into complicated issues, when you get into kind of into the weeds on something, a good way to bring your organization back, bring your leaders back to really know why they're doing what they're doing is to ask 3 questions. You ask yourself, what are we doing? Why are we doing it? And what is my role in that? And as I think about that today, we're all leaders. I think, what are we doing? We're holding the welfare of Minnesotan in our hands as legislators. Why are we doing that? Because it's what we were elected to do. And so what is my role in that? It is to make the best decision possible. And I agree that this bill is not perfect. But I plan on supporting it today in hopes that a lot of the concerns that were raised, and I plan on sending Representative Melin an email just with a couple of my follow-up questions that didn't get answered today, hoping that some of those can be resolved between now and when it comes back, and then we'll see on final passage. But I'm going to vote for it today in hopes that some of those things get resolved, because I do think it's what's best for the families who desperately need this. I don't think it puts us at huge risk of increasing addiction. I think there are other issues that need to be addressed in order to really fight that war on drugs. So members, thank you for your time. Thank you for a really great discussion today. It's been very enlightening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard some people talking about how they're not going to support this bill because they are drawing a connection between young people, addiction, and medical cannabis. And as a person who has been in recovery for 20-some years and dealt with both sides of this and was that kid in high school that was causing some problems and dropping out and doing those kind of things, and now as a person who has helped a lot of folks try to find recovery and do 12-step calls and find people to find treatment and walk them through tough times and sponsoring folks and that kind of stuff, I can tell you that having looked at the bill, and in my opinion, which is just my opinion, I don't speak for recovery in general, I am very comfortable with what this bill does to safeguard, and that I would have a hard time seeing that connection. I think that it's important to recognize that to conflate the addiction rates that we have and the problem with young people using drugs and the idea that we're going to provide some medically supervised relief for some folks is just irresponsible. And so I hope that you will take the time to really think about this and wonder how can we be of service to our fellow person, and I really support this bill. I hope you'll do a green vote.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is a tough vote for me. I have a nephew with epilepsy. We've had discussion about his people in that epilepsy foundation that now live in split families. Half their families live in Colorado, half their families live here in Minnesota, just because of the laws we pass and the laws what we do. But you know, I really struggle with this bill. I wish we would have went through a normal process, much like the Senate went through a normal process. This has been an adjuncted process, and I don't think we've all had the input that we wish we would have. You know, I struggle with the thought process between we've been talking medicine, and these people that struggle with epilepsy and all the other forms of medical problems that need this. We call it medicine, but I struggle with what's a medicine, what's a drug, how do we determine that? Are we the people that should be determining what's medicine? I struggle that I'm qualified to make that determination. I wish we were doing a study, a true study, so we could find out some information from the experts to really give us guidance on what decisions we should be making. Because I like to make decisions on facts, because I think they are more solid in basis rather than leading with my emotion and my heart. Because if I led with my emotion and my heart, I know what the easy answer would be for me. But my emotions and my heart aren't always right. If that was the case, I wouldn't have had so many girlfriends long ago. So I really haven't. That's where I struggle. I really struggle with the process and the lack of true study, fact, information. I wish that's the process that we were going through, to really have a true study with medical professionals that can give us that information. I had that discussion while we were debating this. I actually called my sister-in-law and we had that discussion on what I was going to do, and I really haven't come to that conclusion, and that's unusual for me because I usually have it figured out when I hit the House floor. So members, I know this isn't an easy decision for any of us, no matter which button you're going to push. So, but I would urge you to try to do it on fact and not on emotion. Thank you, members.
Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I want to thank the members of this chamber, because it isn't too often that we have these quiet and attentive deliberative debates. And I think when I first arrived here at the legislature, I was presumptive that that's the way most legislation would happen, and that's certainly not the case. For those of us who have had the privilege of working in the healthcare delivery system, those people who have also been nurses, doctors that might be in the chamber, paramedics, you certainly see people that are in pain and suffering. And when you're in it and are assisting in their care, you certainly have a feeling and compassion for the circumstances that you find yourself in. When I was about 8 years old, I suddenly found that my mother had been removed and hospitalized, and as a young child you don't really know, nor are you told what the reasons are. But later on, as I became a little bit older and as a teenager, I learned the truth about what had happened, and my mother had contracted multiple sclerosis when she was a young woman just 18 years older than me. And MS is a very debilitating, slowly progressive disease of which there's no cure. We've made a lot of progress for that in retarding and seeing the disease go into remission. For my mother, she didn't have a lot of options in terms of what the treatment plan was, other than getting a lot of corticosteroids and things like that, which seemed to help a little bit. But she suddenly discovered that a good stiff cocktail seemed to help. And after a while, that cocktail became a little stronger, and my father indulged with her, and slowly the cocktails became more frequent, and consumption up to the level of a case of E&J brandy a week. And alcohol, of course, is a stimulant initially, but it becomes a depressant. And obviously you have parents who become disengaged from time to time. My father never missed a day of work because of the alcohol that became very permissive in my household. But it was difficult for my mom. And you know, it seems like sometimes in life when you have illness, it's sometimes like you have a really bad hand, not just a card, but maybe the whole deck seems to be stacked against you. And oftentimes there are those individuals in our society that are plagued not with just one anomaly or one condition, but have multiple conditions piled on top of each other, so it becomes really a problem. I still don't know how I'm going to vote on this. I'm really torn. But each of you has contributed to that process for me in listening to the debate, and I thank you all for that.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for this very civil debate that we've had this afternoon. Through this journey, I've met so many people and talked to so many people around the state that have really touched my life. And there's members in this body that have worked closely with me on this legislation throughout this session. Representative Garofalo, Representative Kiefer, and I have shared some heartfelt stories together. Representative Schoen has really worked hard on this legislation. And I know that we all just want to do what's best for Minnesota. We want to move something forward that provides relief. I really especially want to thank the members who shared their very emotional stories with us today. Representative Lomer, Representative Zerwas, Representative Benson and Quam, Representative Lilly, Representative Albright, and Representative Hamilton. And thank you, Representative Hamilton, for taking time to speak with Amelia's mom months ago. I know that she has touched our hearts and changed our lives. Members, I would ask for your support today, not for me, but for thousands of Minnesotans who suffer from these severe and sometimes life-threatening medical conditions. This is the kind of legislation that we pass out of compassion. Representative Albright, you said it best, that this is not an easy thing to do or an easy decision to make. But I do believe that it's the right thing to do today. People often want to avoid this topic because of the controversy that surrounds it. And I often hear from members, why can't we just do this next year? We don't have time. It's a short session. But the fact of the matter is, the families and the patients and the kids, they can't wait until next year. And my fear is that next year will come and we'll say, it's a budget year. We don't have time. Come back next year. And then the following year will come, and it'll be the same thing all over again. And members, now is the time to act, to provide some relief for these suffering families. The proposal today that's before us isn't as broad as some of us would like. It isn't as inclusive as some of us would like. But I cannot take an all-or-nothing approach this session. Time is running out, and we need to provide relief for these families. This bill will help thousands of Minnesotans. Those who are in pain from cancer will find relief in this bill. Those who are nauseous from their chemotherapy will find relief in this bill. Those with MS who need medical cannabis to reduce their painful muscle spasms that often keep them immobile will find relief in this bill. Those with Crohn's disease who use medical cannabis to alleviate their symptoms and make their lives more comfortable will find relief in this bill. The list goes on. Tourette's, HIV/AIDS, ALS. All these patients will have safe, legal access to a medicine that will improve their quality of life if this bill becomes law. Children and adults with seizure disorders will have access to medical cannabis that has been shown not to only dramatically reduce the number of seizures they have, but has also been shown to repair damage done to their brain by previous seizures so that they're able to regain some of the cognitive skills that they've lost, regain their ability to speak, regain their ability to play, and regain their ability to simply enjoy their childhood. There are kids in the gallery today who've been robbed of their childhood due to severe, devastating, intractable seizures. There are families in Minnesota who are already facing the very difficult scenario where their family is split apart, half of them in Colorado or another state, and half of them back here in Minnesota. There are other families contemplating making the same very difficult move in order to provide their kids with the medicine they need to improve the quality of their life. That isn't right, and we have the power to change that here today. We have some of the best doctors, nurses, and healthcare providers in the country here in Minnesota. Let's allow these patients to stay here in Minnesota and access the medicine that they need under consultation with their Minnesota healthcare practitioners. Members, I again thank you for this very civil debate and for sharing your stories. And I would just ask you to please join me in helping the sickest among us have legal, safe access to the medicine that they need. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Nelson votes aye. There being 86 ayes and 39 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2546. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2546, the first engrossment, an act relating to legislative enactments.
Representative Yarusso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first Revisor's bill, the one which corrects references in the previous statutes for previous years, eliminates obsolete passages, changes names where they need to be changed and whatnot to update things. So although it's neither short nor particularly simple, it's a good bill, and I urge a green vote.
Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2546.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 122 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1226. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1226, the first engrossment, an act relating to public safety.
Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, 1226 is a bill for the enhanced penalty of killing or attempting to kill a prosecuting attorney. And prosecuting attorney now would, this would add prosecuting attorney to the list of peace officers and prison guards. This bill a couple of years ago passed the floor of the House by, I think, one dissenting vote. So it's something that we've debated and been through committee and passed already. It just didn't make it in time for the end of session. And the change that we've made from the original bill a long time ago was Representative Lesh stood up one day and said, "Where's the love?" Because the city prosecuting attorney wasn't in. Well, to show you how much we all love you, we added city attorney and attorney general's office and U.S. attorney to the definition of prosecuting attorney. And just to remind you folks that this isn't an attack against the attorney we're talking about, it's an attack against the judicial system and the prosecutor who went after the individual. And I'd appreciate a green vote. Thank you very much.
The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1226.
Third reading. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 129 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Without objection, we're going to revert to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Dill motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which amendment concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2852, an act relating to natural resources. Dill moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2852, that the Speaker appoint a committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the motion. We have just a couple items to get straight. We'll be done.
Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
This is the Hortman motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to Senate File 2192, an act relating to the environment. The Senate respectfully requests that a conference committee be appointed thereon. Senate conferees are Marty, Hoffman, and Osmick. Hortman moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with the like committee appointed by the Senate.
Members, we just have a little bit more work here. Can you please take your conversations to the back room or the alcoves? Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the mercury and lead bill. They didn't like some of our floor amendments, so we should go to conference.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. File 1770, signed Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate file numbers 2255, Senate file number 2298, signed Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File 2852, Dill, Isaacson, and McNamara.
First reading is one more.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File 2192, Hortman, Mullery, and McNamara.
First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1770, an act relating to data practices. Lesh moves that Senate File 1770 and House File 2167, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2255, an act relating to deposits and investments of public funds. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Education Policy. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2268, an act relating to Metropolitan Transit. Masin moves that Senate File 2268 and House File 2751, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rules 121 and 333, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Tuesday, May 13th, 2014. House File number 3368, Senate File number 2546, and House File 2490, 1068, 155, and 2989.
Motions and resolutions. There's copies of the non-controversial motions and resolutions online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, we'll take action on those motions first. Hearing no objections, those motions prevail. Announcements. Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. on Monday, May 12, 2014.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourn today, it adjourn until 11 a.m. Monday, May 12, 2014. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Murphy E.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Monday, May 12, 2014.